I don't know that I would call it meth anymore. Different chemically than it was a decade ago. The drug is creating a wave of severe mental illness and worsening America's homelessness problem by Sam Quinones, October 18th, 2021. In the fall of 2006, law enforcement in the southwest border of the United States seized some crystal methamphetamine. In the course, in due course, a 5-gram sample of that seizure landed on the desk of a 31-year-old chemist named Joe Bazenko at the Drug Enforcement Administration lab outside of Washington, D.C. Organic chemistry can be endlessly manipulated with compounds that, like Lego bricks, can be used to build almost anything. The field seems to breed folks whose every waking moment is spent puzzling over a chemical reaction. Bozenko, a Gambia's man with a wild smile, worked in the DEA lab during the day and taught chemistry at a local university in the evenings. Chemist by day, chemist by night, his Twitter bio once read. Bozenko had joined the DEA 7 years earlier, just as the global underworld was veering towards synthetic drugs and away from their plant-based cousins. Bozenko's job was to understand the thinking of black market chemists, samples of whose work were regularly plopped on his desk. He analyzed what they produced and worked out how they did it. In time, Bozenko began traveling abroad to clandestine labs after they had been seized. His first foreign assignment was at a lab that had made the stimulant MDMA in Jakarta, Indonesia. He saw the world through the protective goggles of a hazmat suit, sifting through the remains of illegal labs in 3 dozen countries. Meth was the drug that Bozenko analyzed most in the early years of his job. Large quantities of it were coming up out of Mexico, where traffickers had industrialized production and into the American Southwest. All of the stuff Benzenko analyzed was made from ephedrine, a natural substance commonly found in decongestants and derived from the ephedria plant, which was used for millennia as a stimulant and an anti-asthmatic. A Japanese researcher had first altered the ephedrine molecule to synthesize crystal methamphetamine in 1919. During World War II, it was marketed in Japan as Hippone, a word that combines the Japanese terms for fatigue and fly away. Hippone was given to Japanese soldiers to increase alertness. In the early 1980s, the if ephedrine method was making meth was rediscovered by the American criminal world. Ephedrine was the active ingredient in over-the-counter decongestant Sudafed, and a long boom in meth supply followed. But the sample that arrived on Bozenko's desk that day in 2006 was not made from ephedrine, which was growing harder to come by as both the United States and Mexico clamped down on it. There was another way to make methamphetamine. Before the ephedrine method had been rediscovered, the other method had been used by the Hells Angels and other biker gangs, which has dominated a much smaller meth trade into the 80s. Its essential chemical was a clear liquid called phenyl 2-propanane, P2P. Many combinations of chemicals could be used to make PTP. Most of these chemicals were legal, cheap, and toxic. Cyanide, lye, mercury, sulfuric acid, hydrochloric acid, nitrothene. The PT2P process of making meth was complicated and volatile. The biker's cooling method gave off a smell so rank that it could only be done in rural or desert outposts, and the market for their product was limited. Bozenko tinkered with his sample for 2 or 3 days. He realized it had been made with the P2P method, which he had not seen employed. Still, that was the most startling aspect of the sample. There was something else about those few grains than this to Bozenko headed a changed world. Among the drawbacks of the P2P method is that it produces two kinds of metaphene. One is known as D-metaphene, which is the stuff that makes you high. The other is I-metaphene, which makes the heart race but does little to the brain. It is a waste product. Most cooks would likely want to get rid of the I-meth if they knew what it was. But separating the two is tricky, beyond the skills of most clandestine chemists. And without doing so, the resulting drug is inferior to amphetamine-based meth. It makes your heart hammer while without offering as potentially a high. Bozenko's sample containing mostly D-metaphene. Someone had revived most of the I-meth. I've taken down labs in several continents, Bozenko told me years later. No one in the criminal world, as far as he and his colleagues knew, had ever figured out how to separate D-meth from I-meth before. Back in the late 80s and 90s, when the Ephedrine method had taken over, the market for meth had grown because of ephedrine's availability and because the substance could be transformed into meth with ease and efficiency. All you had to do was tweak the ephedrine molecule, and doing that required little, most than following a recipe. But you have to have ephedrine. The P2P method offered traffickers one huge advantage. The chemicals that could be used to make it were also used in a wide variety of industries. Among them, racing fuel, tanning, gold mining, perfume, and photography. Law enforcement couldn't restrict all these chemicals the way it had with ephedrine, not without damaging legitimate sectors of the economy. And a trained organic chemist could make P2P the essential ingredient in many ways. It was impossible to say how many methods of making P2P a creative chemist might come up with. Bozenko counted a dozen or so at first. He put them up into a large diagram on his office wall and kept adding post-it notes with the new ones as they appeared. As Bozenko dissected that sample in 2006, its implications hit him. Drugs made in a lab were not subject to weather or soil or season, only to chemical availability. With this new method and full access to the world's chemical markets through Mexico's shipping ports, traffickers could ramp up production of P2P meth in quantities that were effectively limitless. Even so, Bozenko couldn't have anticipated just how widely the meth epidemic would reach some 15 years later, or how it would come to interact with the opioid epidemic, which was then gaining force. And he couldn't know how strongly it would contribute to related scrunches now very much evident in America, epidemics of mental illness and homelessness that year by year are growing worse. After months after Bozenko's discovery on December 15, 2006, in a town named Tihuanaco de Zuringa in the central Mexican state of Jalisco, a methamphetamine lab exploded. Firefighters responded to the blaze at a warehouse where plastic dinnerware had once been made. No one was hurt in the fire. No one was ever arrested, but the fire chief called the local DEA office. Abby Perez supervises the DEA Guadalajara office back then. The warehouse stood on a cul-de-sac at the end of a house-lined street. Perez, who is now retired, remembered years later residents knew something was going on. The smell was giving them headaches, Perez told me, but they were afraid to say anything, so they lived with it as best they could until the warehouse exploded, most likely because of a worker's carelessness. Perez and his agents urged Mexican police and prosecutors to obtain a search warrant for the building. The process was slow, and the day ended with no warrant. That night, another fire erupted as a warehouse across the street that the agents learned contained chemicals in blue plastic barrels and in bags nearly stacked on pallets. The traffickers came in the middle of the night with gasoline and burned it. Burned all the evidence, Perez said, but we were able to get photos of that blaze. Eduardo Chavez, another DEA agent, flew in from Mexico City the next afternoon. He and Perez stood outside the second smoldering warehouse. Each man had spent the early part of his career busting meth labs in rural California. Chavez in the area around Bakersfield, Perez in northeastern San Diego County. That had been a different era, and each had gotten a rare view into it. Bakersfield was Chavez's first assignment in 2000, and to his surprise, it was a hotbed of meth production. Southern California was when the epidemic-based method had been rediscovered, largely due to the efforts of an ingenious criminal named Donald Stinger. Stinger died in 1988 in custody in San Diego County after a packet of meth he inserted into his rectum broke open. But the Epidine method had by then become more widely known and adopted by Mexican traffickers moving up and down the coast between Mexico and California. The Mexican meth industry had been pioneered in that earlier time by two brothers, Luis and Jesus Armuzia. They came to California illegally as kids and eventually ran an auto shop near San Diego. The story goes that a local meth cook dropped by their shop in about 1988 asking Jesus if he could bring in ephedrine from Mexico. Jesus at that time was smuggling Colombian cocaine. But he brought ephedrine north and with that became attuned to the market that had been opened by Stinger's innovation. Ephedrine was then an unregulated chemical in Mexico. Within a few years, the Americans were importing tons of it. Jesus traveled to India and Thailand, where he set up an office to handle the ephedrine exports. Later, his focus shifted to China and to the Czech Republic. The Americans' meth career lasted about a decade until cases brought against them landed them in a Mexican prison where they remained. But the brothers marketed a new way of thinking about Mexican traffickers. They were more interested in business deals and alliances than in the vengeance and endless shootouts in common to the previous generation of smugglers who had trafficked mostly in marijuana and cocaine. The Americans were the first Mexican traffickers to understood the profit potential of a synthetic drug and the first to tap the global economy for chemical connections. At first, the brothers ran labs on both sides of the border. They set up many in California's rural Central Valley. Eduardo Chavez territory, making use of an existing network of traffickers among the trackers and migrant farm workers that stretched from San Diego. At one bus, agents found a man in protective garments with an air tank on his back. He turned out to be a veterinarian from Michigan who said he came up for a 4 month status to teach the workers to cook. Hell's Angels cook's tool took 3 days to make 5 pounds of meth. Mexican crews soon learned to arrive at cook sites like NASCAR pit crews with pre-measured chemicals, large vats, and seasoned workers. They produced 10 to 15 pounds per cook in 24 hours in what came to be known as super labs. Soon the biker gangs were buying their meth from the Mexicans. But towards the end of Chavez's Bakersfield assignment in 2004, the cooks and workers who began coming out from Mexico began to vanish. His informants told him that they were heading home. In California, law enforcement had made things hard. The jobs were getting too risky, the chemicals too hard to come by. The meth cook migration would accelerate after Chavez left the state in 2014. Meth lab seizures in the United States withered from more than 10,000 that year to some 2,500 in 2008. Today, in the United States, they are rare, and super labs are practically non existent. In Mexico, however, it was a different story. The burned out lab being surveyed by Chavez and Perez at the end of 2006 had been designed to produce industrial quantities of meth, like many other labs that have been popping up in Mexico. It reflected the union of substantial capital and little concern for law enforcement. It used expensive equipment and stored large inventories of chemicals awaiting processing. Notes found on the scene suggested that the cooks typically got about 240 pounds per batch. Like Joe Benzenko, the agent standing at the edge of the smoke and the stench that afternoon felt that they were glimpsing a new drug world. What struck them both was that they were not seeing known ephedrine. The lab was set up exclusively to make P2P meth. What's more, this lab was not hidden up in the mountains or on a rural ranch. Timanco de Chalaca lies just 15 minutes south of Guadalajara, one of the largest cities, and serves as home to the city's international airport. The area has everything needed to be a center of meth manufacturing: warehouse, transportation hubs, proximity to chemicals. Trucks rumble through the area daily from the shipping ports in the Zanca Carnitas in the state of Michoacan and Manzanillo in the state of Colima. The epidemic method was still very much in touch in 2006. Mexico, which had been reducing illegal imports of ephedrine, wouldn't ban them outright until 2008. Even after that, some traffickers relied on illegal shipments for a time, and despite all the advances when it came to making PTP in at least some respects, the traffickers didn't know what they were doing yet. Chavez told me that explosion showed that. Nevertheless, years later, he thought back on the moment and realized that it was almost as if they were witnessing a shift right then, that week. After 5 years after the lab exploded in June 2011, Mexican authorities discovered a massive P2P meth lab in the city of Cuernavaca, just a few hours north of Mexico City. It was in a warehouse that could have fit a 737, an industrial park with roads wide enough for 18-wheelers. It made the Tomaco lab look tiny. Joe Bazenko and his colleague Steve Task was called down from Washington to inspect it, and they wandered through in awe. Bags of chemicals were stacked 30 feet high. Hundreds of those bags contained a substance neither Bozenko nor Tosky had ever thought could be used to make PDP. Bozenko often consulted a book that outlined chemicals that might serve as precursors to making methamphetamine, but this particular substance wasn't in it. Well-trained organic chemicals were clearly improvising new ways to make the ingredients, expanding potential supply even further. Working through all the chemicals in the plant, by Zenko's estimate, the lab could have produced 900 metric tons of methamphetamine. Against a wall stood their 1,000-liter reactors, 2 stories tall. Nothing like this had been achieved with ephedrine, nor could it have been. No one could have imagined the accumulation of 900 metric tons of the chemical. Later, Mexican investigators would report that of the 16 workers arrested at the lab, 14 died over the next 6 months from liver fatigue, possibly caused by exposure to chemicals at the lab. Methamphetamine was having a culture moment in the United States. Meth mouth had become an object of can't look away fascination on the internet, and Breaking Bad was big. The search from ephedrine-based labs to ones using the PTP method was even a plot point in the series. But few people outside the DEA really understood the consequences of this shift. Soon, tons of PTP meth was moving north without any letup, and the price of meth collapsed. But there was more on the story than higher volume. Epidemic meth tended to damage people gradually over the years. With the switchover to PTP meth, that damage seemed to accelerate, especially damage to the brain. One night in 2009, in Temecula, California, between San Diego and LA, a longtime user of crystal meth named Eric Barella felt the dope change. Barella is a stocky ex-Marine who grew up in the LA area. The meth that he'd been using for several years by then made him talkative and euphoric, made his scalp tingle. But that night he was gripped with paranoia. His girlfriend, he was sure, had a man in her apartment. No one was in the apartment, she insisted. Barella took a kitchen knife and began stabbing a sofa, certain the man was hidden there. Then he stabbed a mattress to tatters, and finally he began stabbing the walls, looking for this man he imagined was hiding inside. That had never happened before, he told me when I met him years later. Beretta was hardly alone in noting the change. Gang member friends from his old neighborhood took to calling the meth that had begun to circulate in the air around that time weirdo dope. Barella had graduated from high school in 1998 and joined the Marine Corps. He was sent to Camp Lejeune in North Carolina, where he was among the few non-white Marines in his battalion. The racism he felt was threatening and brazen. He asked for a transfer to Camp Pendleton in San Diego County and was denied. Over the next year and a half, he said it got worse. 2 years into his service, he was honorably discharged. After the September 11, 2001 terrorist attacks, Barella was filled with remorse that he hadn't stuck it out in the Corps. He was home now, without the heroic story he had imagined for himself when he joined the Marines. The way he tells it, he drank and used meth to resolve his depression. He'd sometimes stay up on meth for 4 or 5 days, and he had to make excuses for missing work. But until the point he held his life together. He worked as a loan processor, then for an insurance company. He had an apartment, a souped-up Acura Integra, a lot of friends. But as the math changed around 2009, so did Barella's life. His cravings for meth continued, but paranoia and delusions began to fill his days. These feelings of being chatty and waiting to talk go away, he told me. All of a sudden, you're restruck and you're in your head and you're there for hours. He said strange things to people. He couldn't hold a job. No one tolerated him for long. His girlfriend, then his mother, then his father kicked him out, followed by a string of friends who had welcomed him because he always had drugs. When he described his hallucinations, my friends were like, I don't care how much dope you got, you can't stay here. By 2012, massive quantities of meth were flowing into Southern California. That same year, 90% of the meth samples tested by DEA chemicals were made using the P2P method. And for the first time in more than a decade of meth use, Barella was homeless. He slept in his car and for a while in abandoned houses in Bakersfield. He was hearing voices. The Veterans Affairs psychologist diagnosed him with depression and symptoms of schizophrenia. Even many years later, when I spoke with him, Borella didn't know how the drug he was using had changed and spread or why. But as a resident of Southern California, he was among the first to be affected by it. Over the next half dozen years or so, the flood of P2P meth would spread east, increasing much of the rest of the country too. Mexican drug running, and many people will think of cartels, yet over the past decade, meth's rising availability did not result from the dictates of some underworld board of directors. Something far more powerful was at work, particularly in the Sinaloa area, a massive, unregulated free market. By the time Eric Borella's life began to collapse, something like a Silicon Valley of meth innovation, knowledge, skill, and production had formed in the states along Mexico's northern Pacific coast. The death of the kingpins who had controlled the trade in the early 2010s had only accelerated the process. When their control vanishes, all these regional frictions spring up, says a DEA supervisor who pursued Mexico trafficking organizations during those years. He, like some other DEA agents I spoke with, asked that his name not be used because of the dangerous nature of his work. We just started seeing more and more labs springing up everywhere. The newer labs weren't as enormous as the Quaternary lab that Bozanko had seen in 2011, but they multiplied quickly, beginning in about 2014 and continuing for the next several years. Meth production exploded geometrically. The labs just escaped all limit. A number of the Sinaloa drug world told me in a 5 square kilometer area outside of Sinaloa's capital city, there were like 20 labs. No exaggeration. You go out 15 kilometers, there's more than 100. Listening to traffickers on wiretap, one DEA agent told me, made it clear just how loose the confederations of meth suppliers were by then. The cartel had not yet vanished, and many of these suppliers were likely paying one or another of them off. But the wires nevertheless revealed a pulsating ecosystem of independent brokers, truckers, packagers, pilots, shrimp boat captains, mechanics, and tire shop owners. In the United States, the system includes meat plant workers, money wiring services, restaurants, farm foremen, drivers, safe houses, and used car lots. The ecosystem harnessed the self-interest of each one of these actors who got paid only when deals got done. We waste hours listening on the wire, the agent told me, to people wasting their time, calling around, doing the networking as brothers, trying to set up drug deals because they wanted to make money. There's a huge layer of brokers who are the driving force in Mexican drug trafficking. Maybe they own a business or restaurant in Mexico or in the United States. This is something they do to supplement income. A large percentage of drug deals at this level didn't happen. But it's like salesmen. The more calls you make, the more people you know, the more sales you get. So, 4 or 5 people would be involved in getting 50 kilos to some city in the United States. This guy knows a guy who knows a guy who has a cousin in Atlanta. And with the independent transporters operating at the border. There's no cartel allegiance. They're all just making money. From 2015 to 2019, the Mexican military raided some 300 meth labs in Sinaloa alone. But arrests were rare, according to a person involved in targeting the labs. Far from being a deterrent, the raid showed that no one would pay a personal price, and more people entered the trade as a result. At one point in 2019, DEA intelligence held that despite all the raids, at least 70 meth labs were operating in Sonora, each with the capacity to make tons of meth with every cook. With labs popping up everywhere, the price of a pound of meth fell to nearly 1,000 for the first time on United States streets. By the late 2010s, a 90% drop from a decade earlier in many areas. Yet traffickers' response to tumbling prices was to increase production, hoping to make up for lower prices with higher volume. Competition among producers also drove meth purity to record highs. Pot was part of this story too. As some American states legalized marijuana, Mexican pot revenue faltered. Many producers switched to making meth and found it liberating. Marijuana took months to grow, was bulky and could rot, but with crystal meth, the member of the Sinaloa Drug World told me, in 10 days you made it. It's not as bulky as pot, so in 2 weeks you're crossing the border with it. Within 2 or 3 months, you're big. In the Southwest, the drug quickly became more prevalent than ever and simply kept flowing east, covering the country in meth all the way to New England, which had almost none before the mid 2010s. Since late 2018, the Midwest and South had seen an epidemic, especially dramatic shift. Mexican traffickers had never been able to get their hands on enough epidine to cover these regions, but now there was no longer an issue. In place after place, they made alliances with local dealers to introduce their product. The Louisville, Kentucky area is one example. For years, Louisville had a paltry meth market. A pound of it sold for $14,000. Then Wiley Greenhill went to prison. Greenhill was a minor drug dealer in Detroit who had come to Louisville in 1999, attracted by Kentucky's vibrant street market for pain pills, which was fencing 5 times what they sold for in Detroit. He eventually landed at the Roher Correctional Complex north of Louisville, where he struck a friendship with an inmate from California. The inmate's father, a businessman from Southern California named Jose Pereira, had gotten into debt with the wrong people from Sinaloa. The Sinaloas told Pereira that to settle his debt, he had to sell their meth. Greenville was given the opportunity to buy it. But after 2016, Greenville was out of prison and the meth began to flow. At first, Prieto sent small quantities through the mail. Soon he Soon the loads reached 500 to 100 pounds a month, driven east by a woman Greenhill hired. Prices proved eager to get his product out. He fronted Greenville hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of meth on the promise that he would be repaid. Tim Friss, a DEA agent who investigated The Printo Greenhill ring told me. Jose Printo would say, whenever you need, we got it. Whatever you buy, I'll double it. You want £10? I'll give you 20. Pay me later. As months passed, the Louisville meth market exploded beyond anything the region had seen before. The trade spread to southern Indiana and nearby counties in Kentucky as the number of customers grew. Other local traffickers began to import meth as well. The price of a pound of meth fell to about $1,200, less than a tenth of what it had been just a few years earlier. At the Moore Center, a Louisville clinic set up to treat pain pill and heroin addicts. Patients started coming up on meth before the Paris Greenmill connection. Only two of counselors, Jennifer Graysick's patients, were using meth. Within 3 years, almost 90% of new patients coming to the clinic had meth in their drug screen. I don't remember having any homeless people in my caseload before 2016, she told me, but 20% of her clients now are homeless. Greenhill and Pietro were arrested in 2018 and 2019, respectively, are now serving lengthy federal prison terms. They left behind a transformed market. Primed by their new supply, meth demand had exploded in turn, drawing more dealers who have found their own supply connections. The price of a pound of meth remains low. To compete, some Louisville meth dealers now offer free delivery. Others offer syringes already loaded with liquid meth so users can immediately shoot up. Similar partnerships, arrangements, and retail innovations have transformed our regional drug markets across the United States. Habits once encroached are difficult to change. If they weren't, more Americans would have quit smoking soon after 1964, when the United States surgeon issued his first report on its risks. American nicotine addicts kept smoking because nicotine had changed their brain chemicals and cigarettes were everywhere. We stop people from smoking, argues Wendy Wood, a psychologist at the University of Southern California, on the author of a book on habituation by adding friction to the activity, making it harder to do your limiting access to supply. We removed cigarette vending machines, banned smoking in public places, but adding frictions to smoking, we also removed cues that prompted people to smoke. Bars where booze, friends, and cigarettes went together, for example. Something like the opposite of that has happened with P2P. Meth reminds me of what alcoholics go through. Matt Skroer, the director of recovery program at Midnight Mission, a Los Angeles treatment center, told me, there's alcohol everywhere. Meth is now so readily available. There's an availability to it that is not the case with heroin or crack. It's everywhere. All that meth has been pushed into a market already softened up by the opioid epidemic. That should not have mattered. Historically, meth and opioid users have been separate groups with different cultures, and the drugs affect the brain's reward pathways differently. But as large supplies as P2P meth began to arrive, many opioid addicts already feared for their life. Fentanyl, a dangerous synthetic opioid, was spreading quickly. For many, suboxylenone, which blocks opiate receptors and hence eliminates opioid cravings, was a lifesaver. They use it daily, the way a heart patient uses daily blood thinners to stay alive. Yet the counseling and continuum of case of care required to support the broader life changes necessary for addiction recoveries are all often absent. Thus, as PTP meth spread nationwide, an unprecedented event took place in America's drug use. Opioid addicts began to shift in mass to meth. Meth overdoses have risen rapidly in recent years, but they are much less common than opioid. You don't typically overdose and do on meth. You decay. By 2019, in the course of my reporting, I was routinely coming into contact with people in Kentucky, Ohio, Indiana, Tennessee, and West Virginia who were using Suboxone to control their opiate cravings from long-standing addiction to pain pills and to heroin when using methamphetamine to get high. Massive supplies of cheap PTT meth have been created demand for a stimulant out of a market for a depressant. In the processing, traffickers forged a new population of mentally ill Americans. Over the past year and a half, I talked with meth addicts, counselors, and cops around the country. The people I spoke with told me stories nearly identical to Eric Beretta's PTT meth use was quickly causing sleep deterioration and mental health. The symptoms were almost similar: violent paranoia, hallucination, conspiracy theories, isolation, massive memory loss, jumbled speech. Methamphetamine is a neurotoxin. It damages the brain, no matter how it is derived. But T2P meth seems to create a higher order of cerebral catastrophe. I don't know if I can even call it meth anymore. Ken Weiss, the director of a drug treatment center in Kansas City, Missouri, told me. Schizophrenia and bipolar disorder are afflictions that begin in the young. Now people in their 30s and 40s with no prior history of mental illness seem to be going mad. Portland, Oregon began seeing the flood of meth around 2011. By January 2020, the city had to close its downtown sobering station. The station had opened in 1985 as a place for alcoholics to sober up for 6 to 8 hours, but it was unequipped to handle people's addictive to PTP meth. The degree of mental health disturbance, the wave of psychosis, the profound disorganization is something I've never seen before. Rachel Skolova, the CEO of Central City Concern, the social service nonprofit that ran the station, told me. Soloff was among the first people I spoke with. She sounded overwhelmed. If they're not raging and agitated, they can be completely non-communicative. Treating addiction on your ability to have a connection with someone, but I've never experienced something like this where there's no way in that person. On Skid Row in Los Angeles, crack has been the drug of choice for decades. Dislodging it took some time, But by 2014, the new meth was everywhere. When that happened, it seemed that people were losing their minds faster. Los Angeles Police Department beat officer named Dean Joseph told me. Joseph had worked Skid Row for 22 years. They'd be okay when they were just using crack, Joseph said. Then, in 2014, when meth all of a sudden they became mentally ill, they deteriorated into the mental illness faster than I ever saw with crack cocaine. Susan Parvati has been a physician for homeless people in Los Angeles since 2000. She noticed increasingly mental illness, schizophrenia, bipolar disorder at her clients around the city starting in around 2012. She was astonished by how many severely mental ill people were out there. Parkman told me, now almost everyone we see when we do a homeless outreach on the streets is on meth. Meth may now be causing long-term psychosis similar to schizophrenia that lasts even after they're not using anymore. I called James Maloney, a neuropsychologist at Western University, who had studied the effects of epidemic meth on the brains in the early 2000s at UCLA. The psychosis he saw then was bad, he said, but it frequently appeared to be the result of extended sleep deprivation. In 2016, Mahoney took a job as a drug researcher and specialist in WVU's addiction clinic. Less than a year later, the P2P crystal meth from Mexico started showing up. Mahoney was inundated with meth patients who came in ranting, conversing with phantoms. I can't even compare to what I was seeing at UCLA, he told me. Now we're seeing it instantaneously within hours in people who just use psychotic symptoms, hallucinations, delusions. In community after community, I heard stories like this. Southwest Virginia hadn't seen much meth for almost a decade, when suddenly, in about 2017, we started to see people go into the state mental hospital system who were just grossly psychotic. Eric Grange, then a drug counselor in the area, told me, since then, it caused a crisis in our state mental health hospitals. It's difficult for the truly mentally ill to get care because the facilities are full of people who are on meth. Symptoms could fade once users purged the drug if they did not relapse. But while they were on the new meth, they grew antisocial, all but mute. I spoke with two recovering meth addicts who said they had to relearn how to speak. It took me a year and a half to recover from the brain damage it had done to me, one of them said. I could hardly form sentences. I couldn't laugh, smile. I couldn't think. I spoke with Jenny Jobs from rural Morgan County in eastern Tennessee. Jobs has spent 20 years working in state prisons when she started a drug court and associated residential treatment center in 2013. For its first few years, Jobs count handled meth addicts who got their drugs from local shake and bake manufacturers. Small batch cooks use Sudafed and usually producing just a few grams of the drug at a time. These meth users were gaunt, she remembers, and picked at their skin, but they were animated, lucid, with memories and personalities intact. When they arrived at her facility, detox after months in jail. By 2017, however, people were coming to a treatment center stripped of human energy, even after several months spending detoxing from the drug in jail. Normal recreational activities where guys talk trash and have fun, there's none of that. It's like their brain cannot fire. Treating them was daunting. Despite years of research, scientists have found no equivalent of methadone or Sudafed to help subdue meth cravings and allow people addicted to the drug a chance to break from it and begin repairing their life. And like many others I spoke with, Joe's found that she found out that human connection essential to essential drug treatment was almost impossible to establish. It takes longer for them to actually be here mentally, Job said. Before, we didn't keep anybody more than 9 months. Now we're running up to 14 months because it's not until 6 or 9 months that we finally find out who we got. Some can't remember their life before jail. It's not unusual for them to ask what they were found guilty of and sentenced to, she said. Why is PTP meth producing such pronounced symptoms of mental illness in so many people? No one I spoke with knew for sure. One theory is that much of the meth contains residue of toxic chemicals used in the production or other contaminants. Even traces of certain chemicals and a relatively pure drug might be devastating. The sheer numbers of users is up to, and the abundance and low price of P2P meth may enable more continued use among them. That, continued with the drug's potentiality today, might accelerate the mental deterioration that ephedrine-based meth can also practice, though usually over a period of months or years, not weeks. Meth and opioids or other drugs might also interact in particularly toxic ways. I don't know of any study comparing the behavior of users or rats for that matter on meth made with ephedrine versus meth made with 2-BP. This now seems a crucial national question. Once your eyes are open to the scale and human consequences of PTP meth epidemic, it's hard to miss its ramifications in many areas of American public life. Perhaps the most significant is homelessness. In 2012, a Los Angeles Superior Court judge, Craig Mitchell, founded LA's Skid Row Running Club. Every Monday, Thursday, and Saturday, 20 to 50 people, recovering addicts, cops, public defenders, social workers meet around dawn in front of a local shelter to run for an hour through the greatest concentration of homeless people in the United States. The club's broader mission is to support the area's homeless community through membership and a force on wellness. Los Angeles has long been the nation's homeless capital, but as in many other cities, large and small, the problem has worsened greatly in recent years. In the Los Angeles area, homelessness more than doubled from 2012 to 2020. Mitchell told me the most visible homelessness people sleeping on sidewalks or in the tents that now crown much of the city's neighborhoods was clearly due to the new meth. There was a sea change with respect to meth before the main drug of choice beginning in about 2008, he said. Now it's the #1 drug. Remarkably, meth rarely comes up in the city's discussions on homelessness or newspaper articles about it. Mitchell called it the elephant in the room. Nobody wants to talk about it, he said. There's a desire not to stigmatize the homeless as drug users. Policymakers and advocates instead prefer to focus on LA's cost of housing, which is very high, but hardly relevant to people rendered psychotic and nearly unemployable by methamphetamine. Addiction and mental illness have always been contributors to homelessness. PGP might seem to produce these conditions quickly. It took me 12 years of using before I was homeless. Tally Reck, a counselor in Bend, Oregon, who had been using a federal-based meth in 1993 and been clean for 15 years, told me. Now, within a year, their homelessness. So many homeless camps that popped up around Central Oregon. A huge camp on the Bureau of Land Management land with tents and campers and roads that cleared themselves. And almost everyone using, you're trying to help someone get clean, and they live in a camp where almost everyone is using. Eric Barilla is now a member of Judges Mitchell's running club. Through the VA, he got treatment for his meth addiction and found housing without meth. He was able to keep it. The voices in his head went away. He volunteered as a treatment center, which eventually hired him as an outreach worker, looking for vets in the encampments. Barilla told me that for every story he hears in the course of his work is complex. Homelessness, of course, has many, many roots. Some people he met were disabled and couldn't work, or were just out of prison. Others had lost jobs or health insurance and couldn't pay for both rent and the surgeries or medications they needed. They scraped by until a landlord had raised her rent. Some kept their cars to sleep in or had welcoming families who offered a couch or a bed in the garage. Barilla thought of them as invisible, the hidden homelessness, the shredded safety net homeless. Barilla also told me that for a lot of the residents of Skid Row's temp encampments, meth was a major reason they were there and couldn't leave. Such was the pull. Some were addicted to other things, crack or heroin, alcohol or gambling. Many of them used any drugs available, but what Barilla encountered the most was meth. Tents themselves seem to play a role in this phenomenon. Tents protect many homeless people from the elements, but tents and the new map seem made for each other. With a tent, the user can retreat not just mentally from the world, but physically. Encampments provide a community for users, creating the kinds of environmental cues that the USC psychologist Wendy Wood finds crucial in forming and maintaining habits. There are often places where addicts flee from treatment where they can find approval for their meth use. In Los Angeles, the city's unwillingness or inability under jurisdictional rulings to remove the tents have allowed encampments to persist for weeks or months, though a recent law allows for more proactive action. In this environment, given The realities of addiction, the worst source of exploration that sometimes follow. In 2020, I spoke with Ariel, a transgender woman then in rehab who had come to LA from a small suburb of a mid-sized American city 4 years before. She had arrived hoping for gender confirmation surgery and saddled with a mere meth habit. She eventually ended up alone on Hollywood streets. There's these camps in Hollywood and Vine and other streets, districts, distinct tent camps, she said, when women on meth are commonly pimped. A lot of people who aren't homeless have these tents. They come from out of the area to sell drugs, move guns, prostitute girls out of their tents. The last guy I was getting worked out by, he was charging people $25 a night to use his tents. He would give you girls, me, and three other people. He'd take the money and we go get paid in drugs. Megan Scabling, a psychiatrist and the mental director of Emergency Psychotic Services in Columbus, Ohio, later described to me how meth use and this sort of suffering can reinforce each other. Scabling spent much of her time on the job digging into the underlying causes of drug use among those who end up in the ER. Often it was trauma, beatings, molestations, rape, war deployment, childhood chaos, neglect. For many of these patients, she discovered that delusions fueled by meth became the point, the drug's attention. Many would tell me, I can stay out of reality on the street by using meth, she said. When they come to us, it takes them days to figure out who and what they are. But some patients had told me that not a bad thing if you're out on the street. A PTP Beth pushed her patients towards homelessness. It also helps them bear it. How could this crisis emerge so quietly and remain in many ways invisible to much Americans? One reason perhaps is a national focus on the opioid epidemic, which was itself ignored for a long time. In recent years, the headlines have been about pain pill or heroin overdoses, then fentanyl overdoses, and the funding has followed. Besides deaths, however, tragically allowed for memorials, a chance to remember the deceased better days. Meth doesn't kill people at nearly the same rate as opioids. It presents instead the rawest face of living addiction. That part of addiction, one counselor told me, people don't want to touch it. There is no eternal villain in the PTT mouth story. No Purdue Pharma, no dominant cartel. There's no single entity to target either. So the issue is often enveloped in a willful myopia. Advocates for homeless people seem reluctant to speak about the drug for fear that the downtrodden will be blamed for their troubles. The spread of PTP meth is part of a larger narrative, a shift in drug supply from plant-based drugs such as marijuana, cocaine, and heroin to synthetic drugs which could be made anywhere, quickly, cheaply, and year-round. Underground chemists are continually seeking to develop more potent and addictive variants of them. The use of mind-altering substances by humans is age-old, but we have entered a new era. Drug demand is important in this new era. People need to understand what these drugs will ultimately do in them, and those who are using them, we need substantial help getting off of them. But it must be said, the story of the meth epidemic, like the opioid epidemic, begins with supply. In a previous era, most Vietnam vets kicked heroin when they got home and were far from war and the potent supplies they were used to in Southeast Asia. Today, supplies of meth are vast and cheap throughout much of the country. Crystal meth is in some ways a metaphor for our times, times of enemy and isolation, of paranoia and delusion, of communities coming apart. Meth is not responsible for these much wider social problems, of course, but the meth epidemic is sympathetic of them and also contributes to them. If you spend time among meth users, you'll notice certain habits and tics, fixations on flashlights, for example, and on bicycles, which are endlessly disemboweled and assembled again. Hoodies are everywhere. The hoodie is versatile, cheap, warm, functional. But as opioids then mass spread across America, the hoodie also became, for many, a hiding place from a harsh world. When we put up that hood, one recovering addict told me, we're making the choice to separate ourselves from everyone else. Instead of someone pushing us out, I think it's our way to hide from the world that doesn't accept us. The hood is the refuge. It's your safe place. Perhaps the best defense against epidemics like this one lies in choosing to look more closely and more symbolically at the people in those hoods, to put a higher priority on community than we've done in recent years. America has made itself more vulnerable to scrounges, even as these scrounges grow more potent. But scrounges are also opportunity. They call on us to examine how we live until we begin to look out for the most vulnerable among us. There's no reason to expect them to abate. This article is adopted from San Quentin's network. The less of us tell true tales of America and hope in the time of fentanyl and meth. Al, the Atlantic's big piece on meth and homelessness gets it wrong, by Ned Rezenhoff on November 15th, 2021. I see the Atlantic has published a lengthy article on a new strain of crystal meth that is said to be worsening America's homeless problem. The Land of Peace is about a month old at this point, but I thought it would nevertheless be worth examining here. Primarily, that's because it serves as a good showcase for several common misconceptions about homelessness. The author of the Art of Atlantic Peace, Sam Quinones, is a veteran journalist and the author of two recent books about the opioid epidemic. His Atlantic article was adapted from the more recent of the two. I've been reliably informed that his reporting on this subject is terrific, and have no reason to doubt that assessment. Indeed, Quinones is persuasive and compelling, where his Atlantic piece details the rise of the P2P base meth over its epinephrine base competitor and the havoc the more potent P2 base form can wreak in people's lives. It is when he turns his attention to the homelessness crisis that his story begins to fall apart. Quinones argues that PTP meth is fueling an increase in homelessness. He cites the following evidence to support this claim. Two personal narratives concerning Southern California residents whose meth addiction contribute to the descent into homelessness. Aniceto reports from the beat cop and a physician who both note a risk in severe mental illness among homeless Skid Row residents and attribute this to increased meth use. The assessment of Los Angeles Superior Court Craig Mitchell that was Quinones were the most visible homeless people sleeping on sidewalks or in the tents that now crowd many of the city's neighborhoods, was clearly due to the new meth. The piece includes a few gestures towards other possible causes of homelessness. Homelessness, of course, has many roots, Quinones conceded. But citing Mitchell, he dismisses housing costs as very high, but hardly relevant to people rendered psychotic and unemployable by methamphetamines. Policymakers focus on housing costs and ignore substance usage disorder. SUD among the unhoused, he suggests, out of a soft-hearted desire to avoid stigmatizing unhoused people. The story Quinones is telling about meth and homelessness can be broken into two parts. The first is a causal narrative that says widespread meth use is causing homelessness to increase in the aggregate. The second part is the argument that unhoused people with SUD face more barriers to getting out of homelessness. There is some truth to part 2 of Quinones' account, but the part 1 is plainly false. What's really driving homelessness? Here it's worth distinguishing between the participants of homelessness and the main drivers of homelessness. Participants of homelessness are particular and non-generalized. They are the set of individual circumstances that cause a particular person to become homeless. SUD is a common participant. So is fleeting domestic violence, becoming unemployed, or getting hit with unexpected medical bills. The participants of homelessness can be some combination of structure factors, personal mistakes, and plain bad luck. They help explain why a particular person becomes homeless, but they don't necessarily drivers. They tell us why the overall rate of homelessness is so much higher in California than it is in other states. While SUD can be a participant of homelessness, it does not drive overall rates of homelessness. If it did, we would expect West Virginia, which led the nation in drug overdose deaths, to have more homelessness on a per capita basis than California. But West Virginia actually has one of the lowest rates of homelessness in the country. Why? Because housing in West Virginia is cheap. According to the National Low Income Housing Coalition, the standard fair market monthly rent for a two-bedroom unit was $771 per month in West Virginia and $2,030 per month in California. At those prices, someone who is struggling, whether due to SUD or for some other reason, may be able to find housing in the former state when they would have become homeless in the latter. Which brings us to the actual main driver of homelessness: housing, unaffordability. The below graph from a report by Zillow's economical research arm may not be as gripping as Quinon's prose, but it tells a more accurate story about why we've seen such dramatic increases in homelessness over the past several years. Indeed, between 2012 and 2020, the time over which LA's homeless population more than doubled in large part, Quinones argue because of widespread meth usage, the city's housing prices also nearly doubled. SUD, homelessness and recovery. So much for Quinon's casual story about the link between meth use and homelessness. The second part is argument is that SUD can pose a significant barrier to ending homelessness for many unhoused people. Fares better though it is incomplete. While we don't know exactly how many unhoused people struggle with SUD, it seems to affect a particular high share of the unsheltered population. 2019 California Policy Lab report estimated that roughly half of unsheltered people in Los Angeles have an SUD, although the report authors acknowledge significant limitations inherent in the dataset they were using. On top of these methodological challenges, it is unclear how many of these people develop SUD before becoming unsheltered and how many did after. In either case, it is undeniably that SUD can make it a lot harder to emerge out of homelessness, even with help. It may even be true that those with severe P2P meth dependencies are among the hardest people to help. But it is simply wrong to suggest, as Quinones does again, paraphrasing Mitchell, that nobody wants to talk about it. In fact, there's been a ton of research on how to end homelessness for people with severe SUD. I highlighted some of that research in an earlier blog post describing the permanent supportive housing model. As I summarized it then, PSH prioritized moving unhoused people with particular high needs into permanent housing, while also offering them a variety of operation servers. I write, my own study of the PSH model, the study I find myself returning to again and again, goes from here, Director Margaret Kalischer, faculty member, and Matthew Ninkser, PhD, conducted a randomized controlled trial of a PHA intervention operated in Santa Clara County on a housing first basis. For those who don't consume social science research, randomized controlled trials are just about the closest you can get to replicating ideal laboratory conditions when studying a policy intervention out in the field. The target population for this intervention was people with extremely high needs, as the researcher noted in the write up of their study. Participants averaged 5 hospitalizations, 20 visits to the emergency room department, 5 to psychological services, and then 3 to jail in the 2 years prior to being enrolled. In other words, this housing first alignment treatment was especially for the hardest to treat members of Santa Clara unhoused community. The results of the investigation were extraordinary. 86% of those who received the treatment were successfully housed and remained housed for the vast majority of the follow-up period, which averaged around 3 years. Similarly, there was a sharp drop in utilization of emergency psychotherapy services among the treatment group, corresponds to a rise in scheduled mental health visits. Not only does Housing First works, but the evidence shows that it can work for even the highest need population of people experiencing homelessness. The 86% success rate cited in the Health Services Review article, while impressive, actually understates the innovation's effectiveness. When BEHL researchers revisited Santa Clara for additional data, they found that more than 90% of participants have been housed and remain housed over the long term. Rather than refusing to talk about the prevalence of SUD in California's unhoused population, researchers have been developing effective interventions, and policymakers and practitioners have been working to implement them. None of this policy development has been happening in secret. In fact, a lot of interesting work has been happening in Los Angeles, where Quiones did much of his reporting. I already mentioned the Los Angeles branch of California Policy Lab. This is just one organization amid a broader ecosystem of Los Angeles-based research institutes and services providers that include the Price Center for Social Intervention, the St. Joseph Center, and of course the Los Angeles Homeless Service Authority. It is a shame the Atlanta piece does not include any of their voices. Perhaps their voices could have clarified that the homeless crisis is being driven first and foremost by housing unfathomable, and that there is no solution to homelessness without housing. What percentage of homelessness is caused by drugs? Most researchers show that around one-third of people who are homeless have problems with alcohol and or drugs, and around two-thirds of these people have lifetime histories of drug or alcohol use disorders. 38% of homeless people abuse alcohol, but 26% abuse other drugs. How does substance abuse play a role in health and homelessness? Substance abuse, often leading to homelessness, addictive disorders, disrupt relationships with family and friends, and cause job losses. For, for people struggling to pay their bills, the onset or exacerbation of addiction may cause them to lose their housing. Is there a correlation between poverty and drugs? Although there is no evidence that demonstrates cause and effect between poverty and addiction, studies have shown that substance abuse is more common among individuals of lower economic status. What is the number one cause of homelessness in America? Lack of affordable housing. There's a clear connection between the lack of affordable places to live and the number of people living on the streets, more specifically in cities and metropolitan areas. But despite the elimination of the ban, the agency has remained hesitant to comprehensively research one of the most diverse issues in America. Many activists blame the influence that the NRA and other powerful pro-gun lobbies tend to have on some members of Congress, and the agency's fear that funding could be reduced or revoked.
Nonviolence in your mind and body. What came first, the chicken or the egg? The body and the mind are so tangled with each other. It's like a huge bundle of string. Imagine for each thought you have a series of chemical reactions gets released into your bloodstream. The Buddhists had the following saying: holding onto anger is like drinking poison and expecting the other person to die. You see, each time we get angry, a series of harmful chemicals gets released into the body. Some people are so out of sync that the faucet never gets turned off. Even if they want, it takes time, patience, and effort. Our subconscious is driving the show. If someone says something to you that you don't like, you will automatically get angry. The anger is wired directly into your body. By the time we reach the age of 35, our body is hardwired directly from the subconscious. It is driving the show. We are on autopilot. Habits, good and bad, are hardwired directly into our bodies. We are like leaves blowing in the wind. Each morning we get up, we do the same thing over and over. It's like in the old days listening to a record and the album is scratch. It will play the same thing over and over again. This is our life. Even if we want to change, we have to start to rewire our circuits constantly. In order for that to happen, one must be able to break away from a beta state to change. You see, a beta state of mind can't reach the subconscious. So if you say an affirmation to change, it can't reach the subconscious to rewire the circuits. This is where meditation comes in. A person who meditates learns over time how to connect to the quantum field. The stronger the connection you have to this field, the more capable you will have to rewire the human body. The scenarios are endless. It's up to your imagination. You have free will. The quantum field doesn't judge us, yet changing and rewiring your circuits require you to be in sync with love, kindness, patience, tolerance, and compassion. This is why it's so important to meditate. It's why it's so important to be conscious and aware in each and every moment. The wise ones in the past would monitor their thoughts and actions. If they were in a situation where the person would say something to make them angry, they would simply smile. Why put gasoline on the fire? They understood that by getting angry, they are drinking their own poison. Yet, this is difficult to do. That's why it takes constant training. We have people in office who will Twitter whatever comes to their mind. They don't know how to stop, look, and listen. To be honest, this was never taught in schools. Look our nation today. Both sides are pissed off and can't work with one another. This is an emotionally immature society. In order for the world to change for the better, one must take responsibility and learn new ideas to discover their true nature. We must all ponder over the state of mind we are in. As a society, we must discover ways to become mature adults. We must help those in need. We can do this. Millions of people are waking up from their slumber.
Emotions. Our emotions are scattered all over the place. Most of us are reactive beings. As you probably know, by the time you're 35, your personality is usually set in stone. Your subconscious is basically running the show. The body and mind are so ingrained. Our habits are driven from our subconscious. It's like we react without being aware. Our subconscious is taken over. Yes, that's a good thing. Yet, at the same time, it creates many problems in our life. When we go through a traumatic experience in life, it creates an emotional scar in our subconscious. All of us have traumas that have occurred in our lives. Many people may ask why this guy is so angry all the time. Most of the time, it has some event that happened years ago that never got resolved. The circuits are still hardwired to that event. Humanity has been trying for years to learn how to go beyond our emotional issues. In the quantum field, there is no trauma. In the quantum field, there is no anger, hatred, and any negative emotions. We are trying to solve our emotional issues using matter over matter. By using the quantum field to heal, we're using kindness, love, and compassion to heal and transform ourselves. We are using our free will to tap into the quantum field and rewire our nervous systems and our body. Mystics have done this for thousands of years. Modern-day scientists are using the tools of the mystics and combining them with scientific instruments and protocols. These are exciting times for humanity. We are on the verge where it will be a common, everyday practice to rewire our brain towards quantum awareness. We are only moments away. Yes, it will take time, but the sun is arising. Man will soon realize the harmful effects of negative thinking and negative emotions. They will see the practical evidence of how it has put man in a downward spiral in life. We have been fighting for thousands of years. Need I say more? Humanity is stuck on the merry-go-round of life. The mystics have declared there is a way around out this mess that we have created. This is a divine video game. Once a person understands the rules and why the game was even created in the first place, the person will simply smile. We have free will. The message in this book is, you are the universe. You just don't know it. Think outside of your box. The quantum field exists everywhere, and that includes inside of you. New thought. Did you know that in each and every thought you have, there's a chemical reaction to your thoughts? Your thoughts create who you are. They create your habits, your personality, and state of mind. Your subconscious is driving your car in life. Most of us have put the car in remote control. We aren't aware of the power that is keeping us alive. We don't realize that we have a genie within. Each and every thought we have reinforces our views on life. We are a collection of all the thoughts since we were born. We contain the blueprints of all thoughts. Our thoughts are where we stand today. It's kind of amazing. The most of mankind has forgotten the power of thoughts. We never ponder over what we think we become. We haven't put these two and two together. Personally, I think without meditation, mankind can't truly see the forest from the trees. We are so much focused externally that we don't even know about the internal world within. I really don't have to say what happens when the world at large does this. We have been fighting for thousands of years. Many people think that man's nature. Well, it is. If we as a world only focuses externally, need I say more? Did you know that meditation over time will help slow down the mind? Many people have a hard time falling asleep. It's a major problem all over the world. When the faucet of adrenaline can't be turned off and you're in a high beta state of mind, it's difficult to fall asleep. The chemical melatonin can't be released. This chemical is responsible for telling the body to fall asleep. Many people take drugs to put them to sleep. And unfortunately, the drugs will put them to sleep, yet they are extremely harmful and over time causes tremendous damage to the body. Yet, the drug industry is interested in making a profit. Meditation brings one to the awareness of the quantum field. When one meditates, one begins to tune into a field of kindness, love, and compassion. When one becomes kind, this person will have, over time, kind thoughts. Life is like a tuning fork. Whatever you think, you vibrate at that frequency. If your thoughts are anger, I can guarantee you will be in a state of anger. You will enforce your anger into your subconscious. Over time, this becomes your habit, and this becomes your personality. Many years ago, I heard the Dalai Lama would go over his entire day when he was going to sleep. He would pay attention and think how he could improve his thoughts and actions. He would ponder over and consciously progress to be a better human being. At that time, I truly didn't understand it and see why it was so important. Years later, I see it as a foundation for humans to transform. If we as a society becomes kind in all areas of life, the world at large would change for the better. So yes, meditation is the key to help transform our thoughts. When one begins to be aware and conscious of the quantum field, the mind slowly begins to transform. This is the ultimate brainwashing. You're learning how to clean the clothes of your mind. This is how true healing takes place.
Because we are unconscious, we live our life that is not in harmony. Consequently, our world at large is in chaos. I remember I worked for a short time for a company that has a software program for heart surgeons. This program would guide them in certain heart procedures. I remember asking the owner of the company why the healthcare industry didn't promote preventative medicine. His answer was the American public does not want this. They expect doctors to heal them and not to take responsibility for their own health issues. This is how far off we are. A society that doesn't understand and know the quantum field is an immature society. Look at our political system. We want to build a huge wall. The quantum field builds bridges. The quantum field does not judge. The quantum field is never angry. The quantum field does not know about war. Because we are totally out of touch with our true nature. This is where we stand today. New thoughts will arise when humanity becomes to embrace the quantum field. All the wisdom to solve any problem lies in that field of intelligence. You can only think based upon your emotional maturity. The universe will only show and help based upon your awareness in life. The more humanity taps into their true essence, the more our world will transform. In the future, we will see that presently humanity is at a kindergarten state of awareness. We think we are at a high level. We have all these cell phones and think we are so advanced, but we use them for texting while we are driving our cars. We think we are so advanced. Our society thinks the indigenous people aren't civilized, yet they have been in harmony with Mother Earth for thousands of years. We are sawing the branch we are sitting on, and are so smug in thinking we are superior. Our egos have led us astray. Ponder this over. You are a piece of the puzzle. New concepts. I'm sorry to say, but many people are locked into their box. Many people can only think inside of their box. Take a look at American politics today. They are in shambles. One side can't talk to the other side. Both sides say the other side is to blame. We are locked by our subconscious mind, and we do the same thing over and over again. Our concepts of who we truly are is limited. As a matter of fact, they are archaic. We are so focused externally that we have forgotten our true nature. It's like we can't see the forest from the trees. We must be open to new concepts and ideas in order for society to progress to the next level in the video game of life. Many people get stuck at a certain level in the video game and call that life. They have no idea that you can be aware and conscious of the quantum field. The sun is about ready to come up for humanity. It's been a roller coaster of a ride for thousands of years. War has been going on, it seems like an eternity. Yet, millions of people are waking up from their slumber. A new dawn is occurring for mankind. Man is slowly evolving into a kind man. When humanity understands that we are the universe, incredible transformations will occur on this planet. You see, with greater transformations come new concepts and ideas are being developed and implemented on this planet. Take, for example, kindness. Many people think that kindness is weak, yet the entire foundation of the universe is kind. Slowly, over time, kindness will manifest in all areas of life. Take a look at politics today. The way politicians campaign today is to slander their opponent. We have politicians today who mock anyone who has a different point of view. Both sides of the party only vote on the issues that support their party. When true kindness comes into the picture, people no longer will support anyone who is not kind to their opponent. They may have different points of view, yet kindness allows a person to see through the other person's eyes. Kindness leads to love and compassion. Kindness allows a person to think outside of the box. Kindness can solve any problem on earth. Every problem has a solution. If you are stuck in your belief system, you will not be open to a practical solution, even if it's staring you in the face. For example, the quantum field is all around. You are the universe. You just don't know it. Humanity must learn how to think outside of the box. We must learn how to be tolerant for all. Light is winning the battle against darkness. Darkness is the absence of light. Currently, we are seeing chaos all around the world. Darkness has nowhere to hide. New concepts and ideas are being presented all around the world. Millions of people are looking at life's problems and thinking how to solve the problem on Earth. Each one of us holds an individual piece of the puzzle. What good would a puzzle be if the entire puzzle was put together, yet your piece was missing? Ponder this over. Learn to think outside of the box. Go beyond your comfort zone in life. New wiring. Mankind is on an incredible journey. We are going from darkness to light. We are on the journey to discover our true nature. As I said, we are hardwired to find God. We have everything set in place. The car is there, sitting in our garage. God is sitting patiently in the passenger seat. All it takes for you to use your remote control and open the garage door within. You see, it's only by your will alone can you open the garage door. Nobody will open the door for you, including the one in your passenger seat. You see, the law for human being is free will. You must make the practical decision to use your will to open the door within. Well, what does this have to do with new wiring? Our subconsciousness is totally running the show. In fact, almost every action we take is automatic. We go to bed, our alarm clock goes off. We use the same hand, shut it off, and go back to bed for 5 minutes. The alarm goes off. We shut off the alarm. We stumble out of bed and go into the bathroom. We brush our teeth. We are trying to wake up. Off to the kitchen, we go to brew some coffee. It's time to head off to work, just in time from rush hour traffic. We make a few phone calls along the way. Some of us text when the cars are stopped. We make it to the office and do the same dull routines. I could go on and on. Our daily routines in life are hardwired. We party on the weekends to release stress and wake up in the morning with a hangover. Day by day, year by year, we continue this routine. Our subconsciousness picks this up and reinforces it in our everyday life. Our wiring is complete. This is our being and personality. You are a combination of all the thoughts you've ever had. Mankind is locked inside of this box. So what is this new wiring you're talking about? Imagine you are the universe. You just don't know it. What if I told you that slowly you could rewire your circuits to understand and experience your true nature? What if your true nature is part of the quantum field? It is part of the universe and God. What if I told you you are magnificent? Meditation is a way to directly rewire your circuits within. It is a way to slowly reprogram your subconscious. You are a computer program for your subconsciousness. You have the capability to totally transform and change into a butterfly. I have said this before, the mind is like a tuning fork. Whatever it focuses on, it will vibrate at that level. Meditation allows one to tap into the quantum field, which is infinite love, kindness, compassion, and tolerance. These are just a few traits. The more one meditates, these traits are rewired into our circuits and create a new wiring within. One learns to stop, look, and listen in life. Every moment a person makes a conscious decision to act and to be aware. This leads to a proactive human being instead of a reactive being whose leaves is blowing in the wind. One learns over time to be in the center of the hurricane instead of the 150 miles per hour of the winds of the mind. Our world at large is totally stressed out. Yet a person who meditates slowly learns to be in the center of the hurricane. Yes, this takes time and effort. Over the same time and effort it takes to be angry and pissed off in the world is the same time and effort it takes to be a kinder person. Everything takes time and effort. Mystics have talked about this for thousands of years, to go outside of your box. They have talked about the human body is designed to experience God within. Many people try to use affirmations to program directly to our subconscious. Only when a person learns how to dive deeper into meditation will this work. Imagine from 0 to 7 years old, everything that came before you, the good, bad, and ugly, was directly stored in your subconscious. Your brain waves were in a theta state. From 7 on, the waking state is in beta. Your subconsciousness is totally online. Over 90% of your actions are dictated by your subconsciousness. For so many people on this planet, they are living lives that are totally stressed out. Their brainwaves are in high beta. No matter what affirmations they say, they can't rewire and reprogram their subconsciousness. Only by learning how to meditate and learning how to go into more coherent brainwave states can one learn to reprogram the subconsciousness. These are exciting times. There is a marriage between science and spirituality. Science is giving the direct evidence to help mankind discover his true nature and discover the quantum field within. I don't know about you, but I'm blown away for the possibility for humanity to change. We are on the journey of going from darkness to light. New tools are coming our way. Just you wait and see. The more a human being embraces his true nature, one's imagination becomes larger. The universe starts to give you a different point of view on this journey of life. Ponder this over. Are we really living in the matrix and don't realize that we have been asleep? New personality. Your personality is driven by your subconscious. Over time, one cements into a subconscious all the thoughts, feelings, and emotions. Our daily habits contribute to mostly form our subconscious. In order to change and reprogram ourselves, we must become conscious and aware. We are like the snake shedding a new skin. In order to change, we must develop a new personality. This requires great courage. We're learning how to drop the old and embrace the new. Why do humans resist change? Even if they know it would be beneficial to them, we resist it. We love our comfort zone, even if it's making us miserable. Strange, isn't it? Many people would rather wallow in their misery than overcome their problems and have a better life. What kind of personality can I become? At the simplest level, how about one who's kind in all circumstances? In midst of adversity, one would simply smile. If another person would get angry at you, you would simply smile. It takes two to tango. Kindness will not participate in putting gasoline on the fire. How about learning to see through the other person's eyes? You could see his point of view. You would actually listen to what the other person is saying. Most people don't. Most people are thinking what to say next without actually listening to the other person. How about loving life? You wake up in the morning and are so excited to be alive. What a glorious day it is. You get up and meditate. You get in tune with the quantum field. Your mind, body, and soul gets filled up with love, kindness, and compassion. You are in sync with the universe. Your will is focused on love. Your mind is your friend. You have sweet thoughts throughout the day. You become a kind man. Incredible synchronicities occur daily. You love humanity. Each and every moment you're living in harmony. One loves to be in nature. Gaia, Mother of Earth, is by your side. She knows your name, then you know that. You're living once again in perfect harmony with her. Each person discovers her gifts to help solve the world's problems. With each problem, a solution lies. One begins to acquire incredible wisdom. This is part of your true nature. You are in harmony with the universe. Exciting times are ahead of us. We are becoming a new human. Humans learn over time to directly reprogram ourselves. We discover we are our own personal genie. In the past, our genie would work behind the scenes, and we would be oblivious to it. Mankind slowly learns that through his will, he can learn how to reprogram his life. Someday in the future, this will be taught in schools through the world. Science and religion are merging. Many new fields will open up. The higher our society advances, the more harmony will be discovered. Mankind will discover that war is obsolete. The bickering and fighting will stop when we can directly experience the thread that ties us all together. We are going from me to we. This is how the world changes when we see the unity evolve. These are exciting times. The news mostly shows the chaos, yet millions of good deeds are happening all around the world. Yet it takes effort and conviction. But every time you get out of bed, it takes effort. Why not just reprogram yourself and discover your true nature? Imagine a hidden gold mine exists inside, and we search throughout the four corners of the earth to find it. One can spend lifetimes trying to discover it. It's a joke when one realizes that it's been there all the time inside of you. Mystics have been saying that for thousands of years. You're learning to become a mystic. You don't have to give up your life. In fact, you must embrace life. Ponder this over. Exciting times are ahead of us. New human. When one starts to implement new higher emotions, new thoughts, new concepts, new wiring, and new personalities, then one becomes a new human. Christ is a perfect example of that. For thousands of years, man has been fighting and has been involved in wars. It's been quite barbaric. The world still fights wars all around the world. Many people say this is man's nature. In reality, it's not. We are going on a journey from darkness to light. For thousands of years, we have been covered by different shades of darkness and light. Anger and hatred has ruled the land. Man doesn't know how to be civil, so we go to war. War is obsolete. Yet in order for war to become totally obsolete, one must transcend our emotional state of mind. Anger and hatred towards one another must not occur. Mankind is presently becoming a butterfly. We were a worm, and now millions of people all around the world are turning into a butterfly. In a matter of time, we will become butterflies. Yes, this will take time, but a new human is emerging from the ashes. The greatest transformation is slowly occurring on this planet. Science and spirituality are merging together. You see, each individual is a piece of this grand puzzle. A new human is born when we embrace God moment by moment in our daily life. It's just not the words, but a state of being. The new human will learn how to be conscious of the quantum field 24 hours a day. This new mindset will radically change the world. It will affect every single aspect of life. We will see through different eyes. Mankind will become a kind man. We'll begin to see the thread of love that ties us all together. We will become one unified mind. Yes, you will still be an individual, yet your awareness will be in a state of oneness in life. You will see that humanity is an extension of yourself. Presently, we only see me. We are going on a journey from me to we. I know. I hope this excites you. This is not a fairy tale. It may take millions of years. You see, the sun is arising. There's no doubt about that. Mankind is waking up from its slumber. I really believe that mankind can change for the better. In each and every day, people are waking up. In the past, the mystic path was out of reach for the common person. Presently, people are seeing easy and practical ways to morph and change into a brand new way of seeing life. All the mumbo-jumbo is taken out. This does not change the experience of the quantum field. Nothing is taken away, yet people now can practice simple techniques to directly connect to God. I feel all the help in the universe is here. By our will alone, we can ask for help in our daily life. We are not alone. Yet in order to experience this, we must open the door within. Humanity must learn how to rewire ourselves. Humanity must change and be open to greater adventures in life. We are seeing where man's present state of mind is and the consequences that occurs. Just look at the politics today. We are totally divided, yet the new human will totally transform and leave all darkness behind. You see, when one totally embraces the quantum field, darkness can't exist. Darkness is the absence of life. Someday in the future, we will look back at the present and we will say, what an incredible roller coaster ride that was. What an incredible journey. This is the greatest story ever told. We are on the verge of blowing ourselves up through nuclear war, yet we took a leap into changing ourselves. The consciousness of man knew deep down inside that we could overcome our petty differences and become united. Not every civilization ends this way. Some have totally destroyed themselves. A new dawning is occurring for mankind. Just you wait and see.
Researchers give homeless people money, and what they did with it might surprise you. This was the first study to provide a direct cash transfer to people who were homeless. Ray and Kathleen Wright are two of the 50 people who received financial support from researchers. Everything you need to know about homeless in Norway. Nordic countries have been historically renowned for their social security and high living standards. They are seen as a safe haven and an inspiration goal among the international community. Norway is no exception, and a prime example of the exceptional Norway welfare state is the condition of homelessness. Here's everything you need to know about homelessness in Norway. How Norway defines homelessness. The Norwegian government has defined homelessness as an individual or family that is unable to independently maintain a safe, consistent, and appropriate housing arrangement. Norway has one of the smallest homeless populations in the world, with only 0.07% of the total population being homeless as of 2016. This proportion is less than half of that found in the United States, where 0.17% of the population is homeless. Causes. While only 0.07% of the Norwegian population is homeless, certain groups are at a greater risk than others. Four key causes of homelessness in Norway include insecure housing markets, economic hardships, addiction, and mental illness. According to the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, 54% of homeless people are reportedly drug dependent, 38% suffer from mental illness, and 23% are under the age of 25. Additionally, migration poses a challenge to homelessness in Norway, with 20% of the homeless population being immigrants. Government initiatives to fight homelessness. Norway's success in regard to having a low homeless population is not random or coincidental. Instead, it is thanks to targeted, effective, and long-term policy initiatives. One of the first major policies announced to combat homelessness in Norway was Project Homeless Project. Homeless was launched from 2001 to 2004 and led a collaborative effort among multiple government departments to develop effective methods for combating homelessness. After Project Homelessness ended, the strategy against homelessness was announced in 2005 and ran into 2007. This strategy built upon the success of Project Homelessness and aimed to reduce eviction petitions by 50% and eviction itself by 30%. Prevent individuals recently released from prison or a treatment institution from requiring temporary housing. Improve the quality of overnight shelters. Limit temporary housing stays to less than 3 months. More recently, the Norwegian government launched a strategy in 2014 that in many ways furthers the work of the strategy against homelessness. This new strategy specifically targets families with children and young people up to the age of 25. This is a long-term strategy that will last through 2020 and aims to ensure safe rental housing for families with children, limit temporary housing to exceptional circumstances, with these arrangements not exceeding 3 months, reduce and prevent homelessness among families with children and young people. The 2014 strategy plans to achieve these goals by providing assistance to individuals shifting from temporary to permanent housing, assistance in obtaining a suitable home within an insecure housing market, preventing evictions and social innovation. Repeated reassessment of needs and continued support has been key to Norway's success in reducing poverty through effective policy. These methods are not unique to Norway. They can be seen across the globe in countries with similar low homeless populations. Thus, it is reasonable to conclude that the insights gained from Norway can be used to inform policies and initiatives against homelessness in countries that are currently struggling. More affordable housing with less homelessness is possible if only Australia would learn from Nordic nations. By Andrew Scott. Housing is expensive in Australia, but doesn't have to be this way. Higher quality, more affordable housing is a matter of policy choice. A key problem in Australia's housing market is too skewed towards treating housing as a financial asset rather than a basic human need. There is almost a universal consensus among economists, for example, that that negative gear, gearing favors the interests of investors to the detriment of others, but both major parties are scared to change the policy. One way to break the policy stalemate is to consider policies shown to have worked in other countries. To facilitate this, the Nordic Policy Centre, a collaboration between the Australian Institute and Durban University, has published an overview of housing and homelessness policies in Sweden, Norway, Denmark, and Finland. Of particular, none among the wide range of housing policies in these nations is the prominence of housing cooperatives, which assist both renters and those wanting to own a secure, high quality home. Why Nordic countries? Why look at the Nordic countries? One reason is their relative success in tackling homelessness. Finland is the world's leader in this. There, the number of people experiencing homelessness has fallen from more than 18,000 people in the late 1990s to about 4,500 people in 2020. This represents a homeless rate of less than 1 per 1,000. Finnish population is about 5.5 million, compared with nearly 5 per 1,000 in Australia. Homelessness, granted, is more complicated than just the cost of housing. It involves family and relationships trauma, physical and mental health issues, and substance use. The Finns' achievement is due to a range of policies response, including strong outreach services. But underpinning these response is the Finnish government's Housing First principle, adopted in 2007, which says that people have a right to decent housing and to use useful social services. It's a seemingly simple concept, but radically inclusive compared with how other countries deal with the homelessness. Vibrant cooperative sectors. In Australia, housing cooperatives might conjure up images of small hippie communities. This is an unfair characterization because of the fact that the section is so tiny and unknown. All up, cooperative housing comprises less than 1% of the housing holding sector, which has about 200 housing cooperatives, mostly focused on providing affordable rental housing. In Nordic countries, however, housing cooperatives are a mainstream option for both renters and owners. Sweden's cooperative sector amounts to 22% of the total housing stock. Norway's represents 15% nationwide and 40% in the capital. Oslo in Denmark, more than 20% of the population lives in cooperative housing. How does cooperative housing works? Cooperatives take a variety of forms, but the key features are they are dramatically organized and exist to serve a real economic or social need of their members. Rental housing cooperatives exist to provide housing, not acquire wealth. They pool common resources to own and manage affordable rental accommodations. Tenants are generally required to become members and encouraged to be actively involved in decision making, management, and maintenance. Any revenue from rents is reinvested in new housing projects or upgrading older buildings. In Denmark, rental cooperatives housing plays a critical role in providing affordable housing for a range of people, including the elderly and those with disabilities. Its nonprofit orientation and well-supported government policies, such as lower interest loans, enable cooperatives to reduce construction costs and offer lower rents. In Norway, national law allows 10% of units in a housing cooperative complex to be bought or used by local government authorities to house people who can't afford themselves. Housing cooperatives in Oslo have been vital for securing decent housing for immigrants and for older people. A path to home ownership, just as important in terms of lessons for Australia, is that Nordic housing cooperatives also play a big role in helping people buy a home. So-called equity-based housing cooperatives in Sweden, Norway, and Denmark help reduce the cost of home ownership. This generally involves a cooperative building or buying an apartment or unit block, then allowing members to buy individual homes while the cooperative remains ownership of common areas. Members own their own individual dwellings and co-own and manage shared spaces with other co-op members. The structure is similar to Straits Title in Australia, with individuals' ownership of some parts of a property and shared ownership of others. The big difference is that strata title is often investor-owned, while housing cooperative is user-owned. The result is that members can buy a home for about 20% less than what it would cost them otherwise. More collaboration needed. Not everything the Nordic countries do can be replicated in Australia conditions. But one thing we can certainly learn is the importance of collaboration between different tiers of government and civil society organizations. Australia's supplementation funds, for example, have the means to invest in low returning but very safe, affordable housing assets. Government policy should support them doing this through cooperative structures that help to fill the gap between market and state. There's no quick fix. Emulating any Nordic housing policy achievements will take decades. Finland's critical organization for tackling homelessness, for example, was established in 1985. But better housing options are there in plain sight, waiting for policy makers and other stakeholders to take them if they want to. Provided by the conversation. The first step to stop corporations from profiting from incarcerations in the United States. Why the criminal justice system needs to be returned to public hands. March 30th, 2021. Over the past decades, private corporations have increased their control over prison services in the United States and around the world. Despite enormous lobbying efforts by the private players, citizens have started to reject this agenda of profiteering from the criminal justice system and instead demand to return prison management to public authorities. Biden has announced an end to renewing federal private prison contracts, which should be the starting point for wider changes. Authors Louise Valentine. On January 26, January 2021, the newly inaugurated President of the United States, Joe Biden, signed an executive order directing the Department of Justice to phase out contracts with privately federal prisons, which he called the first step to stop corporations from profiting of all incarcerations that is less humane and less safe. The federal government of the United States is the single largest customer of the private prison industry. Yet the executive order is said to only have a limited impact on prison privatization and mass incarceration in the country, as it only affects a fraction of the privatized prison systems. For example, the Department of Homeland Security, which is in charge of the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency, is not included. To put it into context, only 9% of people incarcerated in the federal prison systems are housed in private prisons, while as of January 2020, 81% of detainees are held in privately operated facilities. Nevertheless, the EQ throws a major curveball at a multi-million-dollar industry that influences the lives of tens of thousands of incarcerated people, possibly costing the companies almost 20% of their annual revenue in the United States. Currently, the Bureau of Prisons has contracts with 3 private prison operators. Corvick, known as Corrections Corporations of America, GEO Group, and MTC, which together operate 12 private federal prisons across the country. The executive order has its first effects at the end of March 2021, when the contracts for 2 privately owned federal prisons expired. The Monsonia Valley Correction Facility in Pennsylvania and the Rikers Correctional Institute in North Carolina. The people in prison at the 2 facilities were transferred to public federal facilities. TNI has investigated these areas of deprivatization in the context of its work to developing an international database of deprivatization of basic public services. The criminal justice system is a crucial service for society and of highly sensitive nature regarding human rights. As, as such, you would think it should be a core business of public authorities. Prison services here increasingly being run by private companies for the last few decades in many parts of the world. For example, in the United Kingdom, private parties prisons were introduced in the 1990s, and despite security concerns, contracts for 2 new private prison sites were awarded in 2019. The private management of prisons, detention centers, and integrated services in the United States as well as elsewhere in the world has led to a declining quality of service provisions, increased security issues, and other safety incidences at privately managed facilities. According to several studies, the security risk at privately operated prisons is higher than at publicly operated facilities. For example, the rate at which assaults occur within private prisons is double that of public prisons. Given the first step President Biden took through signing the bill on January 26, this article explores the underlying characteristics of the privatized criminal justice system in the United States and the necessity to transfer ownership and control into public hands. Prison population, mass incarceration, and the need for private actors. The United States hosts the largest prison population worldwide in absolute numbers, with a prison population more than 4 times higher than those of India, whose general population is 4 times greater than the United States. Out of over 2 million people currently in the U.S. prison system, roughly 8% are placed in privately run facilities, both at the federal and the state level for 31 states. Private federal prisons, which are now directly affected by President Biden's, incinerate almost 14,000 people, or 9% of the federal population. During the time period between 2000 and 2019, the number of people held in private federal prisons increased by 77%. Even though this number has dropped again in the past 5 years, the federal government remains the single largest user of private prisons in the United States. One reason for this steep increase in the private federal prison population, as well as the private prison population in general, is the United States is the country's extraordinary high incarceration rate. In March 2020, the Prison Palliative Initiative, an organization supporting decarceration, reported the incarceration rate of the U.S. to be 698 per 100,000, higher than any other country worldwide. However, the high incarceration rate alone does not explain the extensive use of private detention facilities in the U.S., but is one part that contributes to overcrowding of the entire system, increasing the need for more facilities. Main characteristics of the U.S. criminal justice system that reinforces high incarceration numbers and plays in favor of large private prison operators is the fact that the prison system in the United States is not built to rehabilitate. It is built to keep people in the system for a long time and is centered around incorporation and retribution. A system of incapacitation and retribution. The flaws in the system in the United States becomes obvious when comparing it to that of high-income countries. In Europe, such as the Netherlands and Germany, both countries have significantly lower incarceration rates than the United States, with Germany at a rate of 76 per 100,000 and the Netherlands at 68 per 100,000 at the time a report by the Institute was written. A key explanation for these significant lower realities lies in the psychophysiological and practical approaches of certain European nations, which are very different from the approach taken in the United States. One of the biggest differences within the approaches is the focus on normalization from the two European countries, which is making life in prison as similar to life in the community as possible by granting various freedoms to people in prisons. The European model is organized around the central elements of resocialization and rehabilitation, which is reflected in much shorter prison sentences, as well as the sensitive use of alternate mechanisms such as fines, community-based sentences, and probation. A major consensus of this approach followed by the United States is the fact that people are not being prepared to re-enter the community once they're released from prison. This causes the U.S. to have much more higher re-incarceration rates compared to Germany, the Netherlands, or Norway. This vicious cycle, paired with high incarceration rates, creates a consistently saturated, even overcrowded criminal justice system with vast profit opportunities for private operators. Profits above all else. Originally entering the market after the Civil War, the private prison industry experienced a boom due to the mass incarceration which followed the government's war on drugs in the 1980s. Since then, the for-profit prison sector has evolved and turned to a billion-dollar industry at the cost of those living in private prisons. Why? Because private corporations, just like any other business, follows one major objective, making the largest profit possible. In doing so, they keep prison budgets as low as possible by employing mostly non-union and low-skilled workers at lower salaries, offering limited benefits compared to publicly run institutions, and keeping all kinds of additional expenses for utilities, healthcare, and food at the bare minimum. These cost savings come at a price. Employing fewer and lower skilled guards leads to significantly higher employees' turnover rates in privately operated prisons, which ultimately results in salary and security risks for the imprisoned people due to the inexperience of the guards. The Department of Justice found in a 206 report that in privately federal prisons there are significantly higher safety issues than in public federal prisons. Even though stories reporting the conditions in privately operated prisons regularly surface, state-level governments and the federal government continue to award private corporations with contracts over the past decades. From the government's perspective, this is done for two major reasons: to deflect responsibility for these conditions away from the government, and allegedly because letting a private operator provide the same service saves money. However, several reports indicate there was no findings that suggested that the use of private prisons is more cost effective than public prisons. These falsified claims often originate from the private prison industry and are misleading because most private prisons are low security facilities which are less expensive to operate. According to the Bureau of Justice Statistics, when accounting for security levels and other variations, supposed cost savings have not materialized. Prison profiteering. To understand the mechanics of play, it is important to examine the concept of prison profiting, the influence the prison industry has on politicians and policymakers, and how a whole industry behind it emerged. The primary objective of for-profit prisons is to be profitable and generate stakeholder value. Like any other business, private prison companies constantly seek to obtain new contracts to develop and manage new facilities. Private prisons rely on being able to be economically viable due to the way their contracts with the governments are constructed. The government pays the private company an agreed upon yearly cost per person. In return, the private facility provides a mandatory ratio of food, clothing, health care, and other needs, offered at low quality and restrained to the bare minimum to keep profit margins as high as possible. To maintain a high occupancy rates, many private prison operators mandate the state governments to ensure that the privately run facilities are always filled at a certain occupancy rate, which usually lies around 90%. In Arizona, 3 private prisons even operate under 100% occupancy guarantee. Private prison operators claim their practices have no impact on the criminal justice system. However, a study by the Washington State University uncovered that privately owned prisons, on average, lead to an increase in the prison population as well as an increase in the sentence length for non-violent crime. Coincidentally, private facilities predominantly host non-violent offenders. From single servers to billion-dollar industries, what started as a relatively small industry focused on detention facilities in the 1980s has evolved into a multi-billion-dollar giant. Together, the GEO has spent over $2.2 billion to acquire smaller companies to branch out into new industries beyond incarceration. For example, the GEO Group has acquired BI Incorporated, an ankle bracelet monitoring company, which also provides prison healthcare services and operates residential reentry centers. This is only one example of how private prison operators have extended their reach and diversified the services they provide to include recovery programs, rehabilitation centers, food and health services, ankle bracelets, transportation services, and more. These services are diverse, yet they have one thing in common. They all depend on people being in prison to survive. Corruption, lobbying, and political influences. Despite the obvious objective of for-profit prison companies to extend their contracts, they claim their opportunities to do so depend on factors completely out of their control. In the 2014 annual report, Corrections Corporation of America, now CoreCivic, appealed to its land stakeholders that the relaxation of sentencing practices, falling conviction rates, and changes in criminal law would, among other factors, negatively affect the country's profit perspectives. Several cases of corruption, as well as the industry's actively involvement in lobbying and political campaigns, revealed that publicly prison operators indeed try to influence these factors. In 2009, the profit maximizing incentives led to a major case of connection when two judges in Pennsylvania were found to have received a total of $2.6 billion from two juvenile detention facilities. The payments were part of an agreement which led to the conviction of twice as many children as the state's averages over a period of several years. While such illegal activities are not the norm, they clearly show that the primary objectives of a private prison companies can impair the functioning of the whole criminal justice system at the cost of those being unfairly judged and imprisoned. Private prison operatives, such as CoreCivic and the GED Group, despite claiming their objectivity, are involved in several activities to influence the political and legal landscape and bend conditions in their favor. Both private companies are actively involved with the American Legislative Exchange Council when it worked to draft model legislation that impacted mandatory minimum sentences, the three strikes law, and other laws, all which contribute to higher prison populations. Moreover, the companies have close ties to politicians. For example, U.S. Senator Marco Rubio, a former Speaker of the Florida House of Representatives, has close ties to the GEO Group. During his time in Florida, he awarded the GEO Group a $110 million contract for a new private prison. Throughout his career, he has received over 40,000 in campaign donations from the CEO gross. Furthermore, CoreCivic and CEO Group contributed millions to the electoral campaign of former President Trump, an investment that did not remain unrewarded as private prisons operators largely benefited from Trump's strict immigration policies. The closer ties to politicians and strong lobbying activities to the company shows that private prison corporations are not only housing convicted and imprisoned people, they also play an active role in deciding who is a criminal in the United States by influencing policymakers, politicians, and directly lobbying on laws that impair sentencing patterns. A wave of change. Over the past decade, an increasing number of activists and advisory groups have strengthened their fight against the privatization of the prison systems. Initiatives such as the Sentencing Project and the Prison Policy Initiative direct their efforts towards educating others about the harmful consequences of public services being in the hands of profit-oriented private corporations. A series of scandals and reports about the conditions in private facilities triggered former President Obama to phase out contracts between the Federal Department of Justice and private operators, a decision that was overturned under the administration of former President Trump, but has now been reinstated through President Biden. And although contracts between the DOJ and private operators will be phased out, possibly costing the two largest operators, CoreCivic and GEO Groups, roughly 20% of their annual revenue. The remaining parts of their privatized criminal systems are enormous. Privately run immigration detention centers host over 80% of immigrant and custom enforcement agency detainees and have grown by 730% between 2002 and 2019. They also account for almost 30% of CoreCivic's revenues. A crucial step to fight against these privately run detention centers was undertaken in 2019 by the state of California. The state passed Assembly Bill 32, which phases out contracts with private prison operators and privately run immigration detention facilities until 2028. In doing so, California is well ahead of the federal government and shows how state laws can work on a complementary basis to federal government decisions, potentially paving the way towards a future version of the criminal justice system fully under public management. 60 Minutes presents Behind Bars, March 4th, 2018. Not many issues can unite Democrats and Republicans, but critical justice reform is one of them. After 30 years of being tough on crime in the United States, no other nation incarcerates more of its citizens than we do. We have a 5% of the world's population, but 25% of its prisoners. The cost of housing all those inmates, $80 billion a year. Crime and punishment. As we first responded in 2016, American politics and prison supervisors are looking for new ideas. In Germany, the main objective of German prisons is rehabilitation, not retribution. Germany spends less money on prisons but gets better results. Their recidivism rate is about half the U.S. rate. We wondered if Germany had found a key to prison reform. So we visited 3 German prisons, but our trip started in a small resort town about 100 miles north of Berlin. When the weather is warm, the lakeside town of Warn, Germany attracts families and tourists. We found Benham there with his sister and niece out for a stroll, eating ice cream sundaes, an innocent scene if there ever was one. But Young is a convicted murderer sentenced for life in prison for a contract killing. He shot a woman to death in cold blood. We spoke with him by the lake. Ben Jug with his family's CBS News. Bill Whitaker, this is part of your sentence. This is part of your punishment. Jung. Well, this is about being reintegrated into a normal life, and that means rehabilitation and all that. So for me, yes, this is part of it. Bill Whitaker. That doesn't look like much like a punishment. Benyan Young. Yes, well, that is the German fairy tale. After 15 years in prison, he's earned weekend leave for good behavior. He's on track for early release. In Germany, 75% of lifers are paroled after 20 years or less. John Gies. If someone says to himself it is a German fairy tale, if it doesn't commit any crimes anymore after release, it's okay. He can think about his imprisonment when he wants. Warlick Prison, Germany. John Jesse is a psychologist by training. He's now director of prisons in the Mahanigenburg Western Pomerania estate in North Germany, along the Baltic, about the size of New Hampshire. There are rich fields here, brilliant sunsets, and voila, the maximum security prison where Byron Jung has served his time. Bill Whitaker. Should he have a future for himself? He took a life. George Jesse. Yes, he should. Bill Whitaker. He should. George Jesse. He should. George invited us to Waldorf to show us how the German system works. George Jesse. The real goal is reintegration into society. Train them to find a different way to handle their situation outside life without further crimes. Life without creating new victims. Things like that. Bill Whitaker. Where does punishment come in? George Jekeny. The incarceration, the imprisonment itself is punishment. The loss of freedom. That's it. Bill Whitaker. I think Americans think crime and punishment. You say punishment is not even part of the goal of the German system. George Jesse. No. Bill Whitaker. At all. George Jesse. Not at all. So life inside prison mimics life outside as much as possible. Germans call it normalization. It starts with small prison populations. Low-level officers get fines or probation. Prison is reserved for the worst of the worst, murderers, rapists, career criminals. We were surprised of how quiet and peaceful it was inside Warlick. We wondered whether all the inmates were. It turns out they were relaxing outside on a sunny day. Bill Whitaker, this is unbelievable. You're in for murder, and you have a key to your cell? Cells have doors, not bars. It's for privacy. Inmates can decorate as they please. We saw Horg Mellenbach playing video games in his cell. He told us he was convicted of large-scale cocaine trafficking and gun possession. He was sentenced to 7 years. Bill Whitaker, compared to cells in the United States, this is quite luxurious. Horg Marschenbach, yes, it is comfortable here. As a prisoner, here it's all right. He says being separated from his family makes prison hard, not the condition. He has a private bathroom and things that would give American prison guards the jitters. Bill Whitaker, you have darts? You got a, a letter opener? You have legs on the table that you could break off and use as a club? You got quite a bit of freedom in here. George, gosh, I haven't even thought about that. Hey, this is normal. My Sherlock's days is normal too. He gets and goes to work in the prison kitchen. After his shift, there's R&R, darts in the common room, beach volleyball in the yard. There's a lot to do, he told us. George Mellenbach, painting course, poetry, soccer, gym, croquet. Bill Whitaker, painting and croquet? Jorge, yes, painting and croquet. And in croquet, we make hats, oven mitts, whatever you need. A meal at Warda Prison. We visited several German prisons and were amazed at how laid back everyone seemed at each one of them, prisoners and guards. Heidingen Prison outside Berlin is as clean and bright as a Google campus. The prison is surrounded by fences, not walls, so inmates can see the outside world. The prison uniform, street clothes. For the inmate who finds this too stressful, there's yoga. At old facilities like Tiger in Berlin or new ones like Heidelberg, the focus is on humane treatment and rehabilitation. Prison guards are key. They're well paid and highly trained. They spend 2 years learning psychology, communication skills, contract management. Jesse calls them calm down experts. George Jesse, calming down, calming down, calming down. Not showing power too much, not showing guns, not showing weapons. They use solitary confinement sparingly. Jesse says there's little violence in German prisons. Bill Whitaker, how do you explain that? George Jesse, if you treat them as if they are your enemy, they will react as enemies. They will react as dangerous. Bill Whitaker, in fact, many of them are dangerous. We were up there on a row where everyone you asked was in for murder, murder, murder. If you treat them as if they are the enemies, they will react as enemies. They will react as enemies. Jorge Jesse, they're all human beings, and they've known a violent manner. And we do exactly the other way around. Don't be aggressive. Show them that there's a different kind of conversation possible. The conversations starts right away. It's based upon therapy. Psychologists make an initial assessment of all new inmates and devise personalized prison plans for them, recommendations for counseling, classes, vocational training, and work. Inmates who follow the plan earn greater freedom and early release. George Jesse. We cannot see the sense in just locking up people up for their whole lives. Your prisons will fill up and you'll have to build new prisons and so on. And I think that's what the situation in the United States. With more than 2 million inmates in U.S. prisons, more Americans are coming to Germany seeking solutions. American tour. It's like a dream. This would be a nice dorm room for the Ivy League. We just joined U.S. prison and law enforcement officer on this tour in Berlin, Connecticut. Governor David Mallory was part of the group. He was impressed by what he saw. We joined U.S. prison and law enforcement officials on this tour in Berlin, organized by the Vera Institute of Justice and the John Levy College of Criminal Justice. Connecticut Governor Daniel Mullay was part of the group. He was impressed by what he saw. Dan Mallory, I can tell you they have a lower crime rate than we do. They have a lower recitation rate than we do, and they're spending a lot less money on jails. Bill Whitaker. In the U.S., we got much greater access to guns. We got race as a factor, and ethnicity as a factor. All these things being done here directly transferable to the United States. Dan Mallory. I think there are many things that are transferable. That doesn't mean it's a perfect fit, but I think we have to challenge ourselves to do better. Bill Whitaker. That doesn't have the same vibe. Doesn't feel like the prisons in Germany at all. John Winslow. Little bit more intense, maybe. Bill Whitaker. Little bit more intense. John Weasel is Pennsylvania's Secretary of Corrections. 5 years ago, he went to Germany looking for ideas to improve the prison. He showed us around Gratfield outside Philadelphia. It's the largest maximum security prison in Pennsylvania. Almost 3,000 prisoners are packed in there. We were walking through an 80-year-old cell block when this inmate approached. He said he was a low-level drug offender. Prisoner. Sometimes it's like leaking on the block. People die in their cell. The water stinks. You smell the water. Water smells like it's coming out of the sewer hole. John Winslow. You're preaching to the choir. I've done as much as I could for. Prisoner. I mean, for real, there ain't nothing but poor black and Latin's people in the jail. It's been in here, man. It's bad in here, man. Bad. John Winslow. Yeah, I mean, look around. Prisoner. It's sad. Winslow started as a prison guard 3 decades ago, back in 1931. There were 8,000 inmates in the state. Today, there are almost 50,000. Physical and sexual assaults are a fact of life. At Greenhorn, there are more than 600 lifers. John Winslow. Pennsylvania's a state where life means life. So if you're doing life here, you're not going to be walking around a park eating sandwiches with your family. When Wizard was in Germany, John Dorsey gave him a tour of Warwick. Bill Warwick, you were skeptical, but John Wizard. It's almost sounded like Disney. Oh, there's very few inmates. Inmates have their own keys, and everybody gets along, and everything's hunky-dory. I mean, Who's buying that story? Not me. By the end of his visit, Wiesel was buying it. He started implementing some of the things that he saw in Germany, like more intensive staff training, greater freedom for inmates with good behavior, and programs to help them re-enter society. Bill Whitaker, we the American public, called for tougher sentencing, throwing away the key. Are we there for this more lenient approach? John Whistle, I think our culture, we don't want to think lenient. We don't want to think soft. We got here by being tough on crime. I think we're going to get away from it by being smart on crime. And smart on crime happens to be more lenient. Sometimes Germans think their prisons are too lenient, but the system is mandated and protected by the country's highest courts. There are problems. They have gangs. They have drugs. They have seen signs of Islamic ratification. They try to counter it all with counseling. But there are inmates designed too dangerous to release. They wind up in something called preventative detention. At Berlin, Tegel's prison, we meet Chris Templer. He has spent the last 20 years not knowing when or if he'll ever get out. Chris Templer, they think I'm dangerous, so what can I say? What can I show them? I don't know. Bill Whitaker, you did bad things? Chris, really bad things, yes. He wouldn't tell me his crime, and German privacy laws kept us from finding out. His life is confined to his well-appointed apartment-like building. Look around. This is life in prison for Germany's worst offenders. Bill Whitaker, you expect to be here until you die? Chris, maybe, yes. But consider murderer Brian John stuck to his plan and earned the freedom to leave prison every day for work, a maintenance job at a nearby port. Bill Whitaker, you could escape if you want to. Burnett joked, yes. Bill Whitaker, but you don't. Bernard, no. Bill Whitaker, why not? Bernard, very simple. My name, my time is almost over, and I want to be done with this chapter of my life, once and for all. At Pennsylvania's Gritford Prison, this is where murderers are housed, locked up 23 hours a day. Death row. I'm still hungry, still hungry. John Vressel. I think more than any time in the history of our country, we have the right and left agree that we frankly screwed up our correction system for 30 years, and it's time to do something different. It really starts with understanding that you have a human being. Values isn't diminished by being incarcerated. Bill Whitaker, what you're talking about requires a huge mind shift on the part of all of us. John Whistle, it's crossing the Grand Canyon is what we're talking about. Since our story first aired, Bernard Jarn earned his release from prison, and so did his fellow inmate John Mellenbach. A prison supervisor tells us they have stayed out of trouble and are doing well. Produced by Mark Lieberman, associate producer Michael Kaplan. Peace Education Program. Study on Prem Rawat's Foundation Peace Education Program shows exceptional benefits for incarcerated people. October 20th, 2022. A recent new study found that the Prem Rawat's Peace Education Program has exceptional benefits for incarcerated individuals. The Peace Education Program has a wide range of remarkable benefits for incarcerated people, including reducing anxiety, increasing self-understanding and self-improvement, and enhancing hope and appreciation for life, according to extensive new study. Conducted by ACE Institute, an independent market research company, the study analyzes the impact on the program on 5,276 incarcerated individuals in Brazilian correction facilities, noting that the quantitative findings are extremely robust. 99.7% of participants reported benefits, and the study concludes that the Peace Education Program is making a very positive impact on almost all incarcerated people's lives. On October 25th, the study's results were presented at the International Corrections and Prison Association's annual conference in Orlando, Florida. The conference is one of the premier gatherings of corrections professionals and experts in the world. More and more of them are embracing the Peace Education Program as an empowering resource for positive change, both for themselves as well as the incarcerated people they serve. Demonstrating its cross-cultural reliance, 300,000 people in 90 countries and in 40 languages have participated in the Peace Education Program to date, including 100,000 people in 775 correctional facilities. The Innovative Workshop Series gives people an opportunity to reflect on their own humanity, increasing self-awareness and support of resilience, empathy, and well-being. TPRF founder Prem Rawat's video presentations are at the heart of the workshops, encouraging participants to explore the 10 themes of peace, appreciation, inner strength, self-awareness, dignity, choice, hope, clarity, understanding, and contentment. The most recent study of participants in prisons in the state of Sao Paulo, Brazil, adds to a growing body of evidence on the program's successful results. Other studies have shown similar positive impacts for people in correctional facilities across 4 continents, as well as for participating high school and university students in the US, UK, New Zealand, and Colombia. It's wonderful to see that the new study on the impact in Brazil confirms what we found elsewhere across the globe. This program can help transform lives no matter how challenging the circumstances, says Peace Education Program Director Willow Baker. It was an honor to present the study and more information about the Peace Education Program this week at the ICB conference and to meet so many dedicated people who want to make a positive difference in the world of corrections. The Peace Education Program workshops can be offered in person, virtually, or on inmates' tablets by Viapad and Edmo. Tablet versions currently available in the U.S. only. The Prem Rawat Foundation makes the workshop materials available free of charge. To implement the program at correctional facilities in Brazil, the Prem Rawat Foundation partners with the Prison Education Foundation, a state foundation under the Secretary of penitentiary administration in charge of helping inmates to rehabilitate and to reintegrate into society through education, labor, culture, and legal assistance and the initiatives. The Peace Education Program is just one of the ways that TPRF advances dignity, peace, and prosperity by addressing fundamental human needs. TPRF's Food for Peoples program has served over 4.7 million nutritious meals to disadvantaged children and needy people in India, Nepal, and Ghana. Since Prem Rawat founded TPRF in 2001, it has given over 160 grants totaling over 5.7 million to a variety of partner NGOs in 40 countries to help victims of natural diseases, COVID-19, and other traumas. Man is at his best when in peace. Prem Rawat, June 30th, 2021. In April 2021, the Prem Rawat Foundation signed a parliamentary with the South African Department of Correctional Services to expand the Peace Educational Program of correctional facilities throughout the country. Prem Rawat is openly signing the module while looking on to Reverend Dr. Mural Mukunda from the Department of Correctional Services by Charlie Segram. Kuala Lumpur, June 30th. Exactly 50 years ago, in June 1971, Global Peace Ambassador Prem Rawat landed at Heathrow Airport in London, armed with a simple desire to bring the message of peace and the gift of self-knowledge to the people of the West. It has never been done before. His lineage of teachers of self-knowledge before him never went beyond the shores of India to spread the knowledge that Prem Rawat speaks about today. He was 13 years old, and he arrived in England was apparently newsworthy, if not a sensational event, as not only those who have limited him to bringing the teachings to the West has turned up if at the airport to welcome him, but there were newsmen as well in the crowd, wishing to interview the young man who was promoting world peace. Their curiosity was piqued. Unfazed and cool, but bashing both in the warm greetings from his long-held men and women who came to welcome him at the airport, and the newsmen with the steady stream of questions, Prem Rawat went on to answer with candor and simplicity the questions pounded to him from the media. Many like these were given to him in his early days of stay in the UK. Whether they were skeptical or adoptive, it depended on who was giving them. The media described him as a guru from India with a reasonable amount of skepticism for those who had invited him, whether they were looking for the truth or simply peace in their lives. It was just some anti-war youngsters of the 70s to spread the message of peace in the West, called him a genuine teacher who had important message to impart. Fast forward 50 years. Prem Rawat, who spoke at an event at the International Conference Center in Birmingham on June 17th. This year was the same cool and collective oracle that he was in his first public talk at the community hall in London in the summer of 1971. His message that peace is possible has withstood the test of time, and today the Peace Education Program and an innovative series of video-based workshops that help people discover their own inner strength and personal peace is a huge success and now in 70 countries. Available in 30 languages, including Spanish, Mandarin, Hindi, Arab, Tamil, Balinese, Indonesian. The program has been added as a part of education and learning institutions, colleges, and social services and community centers. It has been made available to over 650 prison programs worldwide, where it had tremendous success, with many prisons reporting improved well-being and reduced violence. In the state of India, an academic study showed a huge reduction in reoffending, and 5 prisons reportedly closed down due to the success of the program there. His lockdown live streams services that began as the COVID as the world slowed down with the onslaught of COVID-19 viruses was caught by many people from different parts of the world. From regular advice on wearing the mask, following offer standard operating procedures, and keeping safe during the pandemic, to looking within for strength and hope and recognizing the nature of the self and its wisdom. Prem Rawat kept many of the live stream listeners engaged, motivated, and inspired to get on with their lives despite the fears and uncertainties that the world had created. While the event is in Birmingham to mark the 50th anniversary, is limited to the local crowd, which all COVID-19 in low audience from all over the world also tends to the live stream at the event. He was in his element as he recalled his early days in the UK and the young hippies, many of them who also are guests at the latest event, minus their hippie hairstyles and lifestyle, who have turned up to hear his talk and wanting to know about life, God, and how a group of them had earlier traveled to India to invite him to the UK. It's been an incredible journey. Of course, there was a lot of sensationalism as the 13-year-old boy was promising peace, but the 13-year-old was not shooting blank words, he said. Peace has to feel. Peace has to feel peace. People have to feel the magic of being alive. What was being said? That what you are looking for is inside of you. You will find it there. Yet so much of the focus was on so many other things about him. Are you a prophet? Are you this or that? And I have said many times, no, I'm not a prophet. The names was always there from the time he was a child, and they never really mattered. But what was important was that deed itself. Prem Rawat said, adding that he took satisfaction in knowing that his words have brought comfort to many people. Prem Rawat spoke of the distinction of being a human being. No human being is ordinary. Every human being is extraordinary. A question has been posed to him, implying that human beings were nothing. When do people see human beings as nothing then? If a human being is not doing what the human being is made for, the human being that then appears useless to you. Many of the things human beings do today in this world are not any good at all, he said, pointing out that the poor recedes not only in the space race that has left garbage in the space from abandoned satellites to other debris, but they wiped out many animal species from this planet, and the poor sharing of resources that have left a huge divide between the rich and the poor. Human beings are only good when they experience peace, when they experience joy, when they work towards peace, when they work towards joy, when they work towards personal fulfillment. That is when human beings shine. Prem Rawat also spoke about the potential that lay for a human being in his or her lifetime to know with certainty who they really are and their potential for fulfillment, despite the difficulties of what is happening externally. More Americans killed by gun since 1968 than in all U.S. wars combined. By comparison, roughly 1.2 million service members have been killed in every war in U.S. history. By Chelsea Bailey. More Americans have killed from gunshots in the last 50 years than in all the wars in American history. Since 1968, more than 1.5 Americans have died in gun-related incidences, according to data from the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. By comparison, approximately 1.2 million service members have been killed in every war in U.S. history, according to estimates from the Department of Veteran Affairs and Casualties, a website that maintains an ongoing database of casualties from the war in Iraq and Afghanistan. These are the world's top happiest and unhappiest countries in 2022. Politics should be directed, as the great sages long ago insisted, to the well-being of the people. By Joe McCarthy, March 21st, 2022. Think about how you feel yesterday. Did you smile or laugh a lot? Did you learn or do something interesting? Were you angry, sad? Every year, the global polling giant Gallup asks hundreds of thousands of people in more than 140 countries these and other questions as part of its annual survey on emotional well-being. It also asks people to rate where they stand on an imaginary ladder, with the lowest rung representing the worst possible life and the highest ring representing the best possible life, and where they expect to stand in 5 years. Based on their response, Gallup classifies them as thriving, struggling, or suffering. The United States Sustainable Development Solution Network then takes this survey data and combines it with analysts of Twitter content and other surveys according with social and economical data to create the annual World's Happiness Report. Now in its 10th year, the latest report published on March 18 is a bright spot in a troubled time of war and pandemic, the writer wrote. As rates of poverty and hunger surged throughout the pandemic, mutual aid networks emerged to fill gaps in government support. In fact, rates of helping strangers, volunteering, and donating to causes and individuals increased by 25% over the past 2 years, according to the report. This surge of benevolence, which is especially great for the helping of strangers, proves powerful evidence that people respond to help others in need, creating in the process more happiness for the benefactors, good examples for others to follow, and better lives for themselves, said John Helwell, one of the main authors of the report, in a press release. The report notices that more countries are beginning to factor human well-being and happiness into their approach to governance. New Zealand, for one example, now considers human well-being a more important factor than the gross domestic product when considering new policies. Jacinda Ardern says economic growth is pointless if people aren't thriving. Some countries do a much better job than others at centering the public good. This is also reflected in the World Happiness Report. The authors of which now that people in countries that rank higher in the analysis tend to have higher levels of trust in their governments. World leaders should take heed. Renowned economic Jeffrey Sachs, a lead author of the report, said in a statement, "Politics should be directed, as the great sages long ago insisted, to the well-being of the people, not the power of the rulers. The highest-ranked countries all have robust welfare programs and minimal levels of inequity related to the global population. The lower-ranked countries, meanwhile, have high levels of extreme poverty. Finland, the highest-ranked country for the 5th year in a row, has one of the strongest social safety nets in the world, an exceptional educational system, and low childhood poverty, according to the Sustainable Governance Indicators report by the Bellingham Foundation. The country also prioritizes work-life balance, allowing people to share more of their time according to their own passions and curiosities. Afghanistan, the lowest ranked country, has been ravaged by war for more than 2 decades and suffers from extraordinary levels of violence. In August 2021, when the Taliban solidified rule over Afghanistan for the first time since 2001, women and other vulnerable communities face increased risk. It is important to note that countries with high levels of reported happiness have benefited from historical and ongoing colonialism countries from the so-called global north, while those with the lowest scores suffered from countries from the standard global south. In other words, a historical understanding of happiness level is essential. With this in mind, here are the top happiness and unhappiness countries in the world according to the World Happiness Report. The 10 happiness countries in the world. Number 1, Finland. 2, Denmark. 3, Iceland. 4, Switzerland. 5, Netherlands. 6, Luxembourg. 7, Sweden. 8, Norway. 9, Israel. 10, New Zealand. The 10 unhappiness countries in the world. 137, Zambia. 138, Malawi. 139, Tanzania. 140, Sierra Leone. 141, Lesotho. 142, Botswana. 149, Rwanda. 144, Zimbabwe. 145, Lebanon. 146, Afghanistan. Happiness is the key. I find it quite fascinating to see the correlation between a country's state of happiness and the policies they pursue. Each year there's a rating of all the countries in the world by the citizens' happiness. The northern European countries dominate the list. New Zealand and Israel are also included during my research. I have found that the countries that are on the top of the list in happiness are also the same countries that are sincerely, actively pursuing social change in all areas. The United States is number 19 on the list. We have a long ways to go. I don't have to tell you that. Just turn on your TV and watch the madness. It seems to me the more an individual is emotionally mature, consequently, the environment around them will reflect that. The Scandinavian countries have taken this topic seriously for many years. They know if an individual is truly happy and has all his comfort needs, the nation will be happy. Laws are made for individuals to lead to have a life. By living a happy life, they contribute so much to society. If you are homeless or on drugs, your lifestyle is a burden to society. In the US, they would say, "You've made your bed, and now sleep in it." It's more of a punishment treatment. In Scandinavia countries, punishment is not an option. Rehabilitation is the answer. If you treat a criminal with respect and dignity and train them, they can and will change. The modern day prison system in America does not allow for this. It is profit driven. They don't want you to succeed in life. They make money from you being in prison. They will cut corners wherever they can so they can make more money. The Scandinavians take an entirely different view. Everyone makes mistakes. Human beings can change for the better if given the proper environment. Many people had real life curveballs thrown at them, and the next thing you know, they're out in the streets with no home. Entire families currently are living on the streets with no home. This problem is so complicated. It can't be solved by just the book. Yet the foundation of solving this problem is kindness. Most people think that kindness is weak while going to war is strong. Kindness is the building block of the entire universe. Anybody can go to war. We've been doing that for thousands of years. We are mentally disabled in our society, yet we think we are We are highly advanced. War is obsolete, and always been so. We spend over half our budget on the defense industry, yet we can hardly take care of our own people. A homeless society indicates there's a severe problem in society today. With homelessness, all sorts of problems manifest. A chain is only strong as its weakest links. Don't think that you are separate from homelessness. It could happen to you someday. A nation that works on solving this problem practically is the most sophisticated nation on earth. These top 10 happy countries go way beyond what we do in the States. Granted, in the States, there are so many good people locally and at the state level working to solve this issue. But it takes the awareness of the U.S. government to totally embrace this and implement laws that will help society to overcome this. Housing prices are astronomical. People just can't keep up with it. Many laws, or most of the laws, are made with the rich in mind. We need new thinking in politics today. We need people to get involved in the political process. Leaders like Jacinda Ardern, with who embraces being kind in our politics. She is a new wave of politicians who are adamantly against the old way of being, the old style, a way of tearing down your opponent is over. Just think we had a president who loved to put down anybody. Anybody was free game. He told more than 30,000 lies during his presidency. What amazes me is the people voted him into office. This is a reflection of how far we've gotten off course. Happiness is not a Republican or a Democrat. We must all respect others people's views and not put them down. Each of us thinks differently and acts differently. Yet if the politicians could be tolerant of one another, it would go a long way in politics. In my eyes, the Scandinavian countries are doing 100% better than our current situation in America. Many people give the excuse that the Scandinavian countries are small. It's much easier for them to do. Yes, that is true. Yet many years ago, they took our concepts of education and brought them over to their countries. They adopted them, they morphed and changed the system, and now they have the finest education system in the world. The U.S. can take the same principles that they did and make laws that could help change society for the better. In my eyes, if you have a kind man in the office, you will have kind laws. Many people still believe in a trickle-down economy. We were suckered into it. It hasn't solved our problems at all. We are on the verge of having several businessmen have a net worth over $1 trillion. If you spent $100,000 a year, or around 34 million years, that would be $1 trillion. For this planet to survive, we must change and recalibrate all our systems. We can no longer just be consumers on this planet. It's about time to be custodians of this planet. I find it sad that at the very bottom of the list are many African nations. They have been in civil war for many years. I spent time in Africa and love the country and the people. In my eyes, this continent will change for the better. The transformation will occur. Any problem on earth can be solved. We just have to put our minds to it and come up with a solution. Happiness is the key. Forget GDP. New Zealand is prioritizing gross national well-being. The country's new well-being budget emphasizes citizens' happiness over capitalist gains. By Sigel Samuel, January 8, 2019. New Zealand's Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern wants to prioritize national well-being. This story is part of a group of stories called Finding the Best Ways to Do Good. We usually think of a country's wealth or capital in terms of the financial bottom line, its gross domestic product. But New Zealand challenged the world to assess in the terms of a very different commodity as the country's released the first ever well-being budget on May 30th. To Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern, the purpose of government spending is to ensure citizens' health and life satisfaction, and not wealth or economical growth is the metric by which a country's progress should be measured. GDP alone, she said, does not guarantee improvement to our living standards, and nor does it take into account who benefits and who is left out. The budget requires all new spending to go towards 5 specific well-being goals: bolstering mental health, reducing child poverty, supporting indigenous people, moving to a low-carbon emission economy, and flourishing in the digital age. To measure progress towards these goals, New Zealand will use 61 indicators tracking everything from loneliness to trust in government institutions, alongside more traditional issues like water quality. Ardern was spoken as empathy as the trait most needed in political leaders nowadays, said that her government has laid the foundation for not just one well-being budget, but a different approach for government decision making altogether. This approach appeals to many progressives, but has also attracted criticism from some who think it's airy-fairy marketing spin at best, and finally, irresponsible policy at worst. New Zealand won't benefit from a government that is ignoring the slowing economy and focusing instead on branding, said Amy Adams, a lawmaker in the opposition center-right National Party. In a statement, we're facing economical risk over coming years, but this government is focusing on a marketing campaign. Critics worry that Ardern's approach will set the country back financially and argue that if a government's responsibility is looking out for overall economical success rather than the happiness of individuals, some think prioritizing the latter is ineffective. If addiction and suicide rates fail to improve, will the government be prepared to dial back this spending, said Louise Harlowbach of the New Zealand Taxpayers Union, or will just throw more money into the black hole? Though its effectiveness has yet to be tested, the government plan does seem to be a good faith effort to try something new. For instance, it's investing more than $200 million in services for survivors of domestic and sexual violence, which Ardern said is the biggest single investment ever in the issue in New Zealand's history. Ardern supporters also emphasize that money isn't the only type of capital that matters. Mental health and a sense of community, for example, are equally important forms of capital, even though they may seem intangible. It's an approach that merits serious consideration at a time when one argues the traditional capitalist model has made us more anxious and isolated than previous generations, defining success less strictly in terms of wealth and more in terms of overall well being is likely to appeal to many people. Other countries may come to embrace New Zealand's approach. In fact, some already have anticipated it. New Zealand isn't the first country to consider the well-being approach, though it is the first to release a budget explicitly centered around this concept. The fourth king of Bhutan coined the term gross national happiness in the 1970s when he began asserting that gross national happiness is more important than gross domestic product. It was more than just a quippy one-liner. By 2008, Bhutan had officially enshrined gross national health in its, consulting, and the global financial crisis, national happiness became the subject of policy conferences and colleges courses. France commissioned a study on it, which leading economists Agneta Sen, Joseph Stiglitz, and Jean-Paul Ficos completed in 2009. In 2011, the OECD released its first well-being report on its member countries, and in 2012, the UN began releasing its annual World Happiness Report. This year, Finland, Denmark, and Norway earned the top three spots in the international rankings of the happiest countries. Bhutan came in 95th place. Nevertheless, Bhutan continues to closely monitor its 800,000 citizens' happiness as its most precious commodity. NPR has reported on the process. Every 5 years, under the direction of the Center for Bhutan Studies and GNI Research, survey takers fan out across the country to conduct questionnaires of some 8,000 randomly selected households. Bhutan's ask about 300 questions. Happily, the participants are compensated a day's wage. As one of the center's lead Happy Index researchers, Penyue says, we try to measure all forms of capital so that there's a difference between GDP and GNFI. He says, for example, the government asks people about their spirituality. Do you meditate? Says Penyue. How frequently do you pray? They ask how much time and money you devote to your community, how many hours you sleep, and how many hours you work. Some questions might startle an American. How often do you quarrel with your family? How long do you stay away from them? Do you trust your neighbors? Bhutan's grilling philosophy has inspired others like the United Arab Emirates. In 2016, the country created a new cabinet position with the lofty title Minister of, of State for Happiness and Well-being. A woman named Ohud bin Kalani Rani got the job. This is serious business for the government, she told the Los Angeles Times. What is the purpose of government? It does not work towards the happiness of the people. It's the duty and role of the government to create the right conditions for people to choose to be happy. She said these conditions include everything from good infrastructure to making sure people feel safe. Some people may laugh at the idea of nurturing happiness thinking it is silly and fluffy, Ramani added, I assure you, it's a science. It touches our medicine, health, social sciences. One of her initiatives was a happiness panel in Abu Dhabi, which involved police officers rewarding citizens for good behavior instead of just punishing them for infractions. Motorists who obeyed the rules of the road, for example, were given gift vouchers. The well-being approach is also gaining momentum in Latin America. In 2013, Ecuador appointed a state secretary that being with an understanding of the good life, rooted in indigenous spirituality that ends living in harmony with the natural environment. And Venezuela created a vice ministry of supreme social happiness, though given the political and economical crisis currently unfolding under President Nicolas Maduro, it's hard to imagine much social happiness flourishing there in the short term. New Zealand has gone one step further than all those countries by deciding to make well-being the organizing principle of its natural budget. The result of this grand social experience will be watched closely over the coming years, not only by New Zealanders, but also by governments worldwide. How the experiment turns out will likely influence their willingness to give it a try.
The ray of happiness. The quality or state of being happy, good fortune, pleasure, contentment, joy. In our Constitution, it says that we have the right to pursue happiness. Each and every one of us desires to be happy. We spend our entire life pursuing it. Happiness is like a rainbow in the sky. You can see the rainbow touching the ground, but as you get near the rainbow, it moves. Happiness is quite like that. It is always within our grasp. At times we can even hold it, but then it will disappear. We search for happiness everywhere. For some, I'll be happy when I'm out of middle school. I'll be happy when I graduate from high school. I'll be happy when I graduate from college. I'll be happy when I'm married. I'll be happy when I have kids. I'll be happy when I have a new boss. I'll be happy when I go on vacation. I'll be happy when I retire. We are always looking for happiness. We want that some external event will make us happy for the rest of our lives. We search for it and never quite find the Cinderella type happiness. The prince who we married ended up being someone who is imperfect, just like us. So where do we find happiness? Can we truly be happy and be involved with this world? Does true happiness exist? Is happiness a state of mind? If I become rich, will I truly be happy? Everyone equates happiness with money. You know, a lot of people who win the lottery spend all their money and lose it around 5 years. If you don't have money and a big sum is given to you without proper financial planning, you can lose it. For thousands of years, the great teachers have said that true happiness lies within. It does not exist in this world. Imagine at the time of your death, everything you own will be taken away. You can't bring any material possessions with you. Happiness is truly a state of mind. I've been to third world countries where the average poor person is selling something on the street. Yes, his entire family with him. Happiness is written all over his face. I've seen people who are super rich and their lives are miserable. Happiness truly comes from within.
There's an eternal well where one can drink and be filled with such happiness and joy. It is our true essence. Meditation brings us into that realm. Meditation is the key that unlocks the doors within. Imagine your true nature is infinite happiness, yet we spend our entire days aspire lives looking in the wrong places. It is inside us all the time. At times, I see the majority of us are looking in the wrong place. We just need to redirect our attention within. From that well within, we can tap into the source and bring that happiness to the surface. Over time, it will start to fill up your life, both externally and internally. You will see for yourself that happiness exists everywhere. But do we have the eyes to see? It's only by refining ourselves over time do we see the beauty of life. In this state, we don't strive, if only I had this, if only I had that. Every moment you're drinking the nectar within. I'm not saying as soon as you start to meditate that all your problems will go away. This life is a journey. Each and every day, we take one step after another. Over time, by being aware and being self-empowered, we truly become happy. We realize that happiness is truly a state of mind. Nobody can take it away. As long as we strive to reach happiness externally, it will come and go. It's like the mirage that we see in the desert when you are thirsty. You see the image and you're happy because there is water. Yet when you walk up to it, it disappears. Many people may say, I'm happy, I don't need to go within and find it. That's great. We are saying something a little different. We are saying that the entire universe is comprised of happiness. By being aware of the force behind all life, you will become happy. You don't have to depend on some external event to trigger happiness. Your existence is happiness. By discovering your true nature, you will be happy. All the great masters have said that happiness lies inside. It's not a joke. It really does. The proof is in the pudding. Try it and you will like it. People try it and they like it. It needs no convincing. It needs no converting. Ponder over these words. Happiness lies within. Does life throw you a curveball? We are all in the game of life. We are playing the game. We have a coach that is God. He is on the sidelines. He is rooting for us. Unfortunately, we don't know that He is there. Life throws us a curveball and we go into a tizzy. The great masters of the past taught how to hit a home run when a curveball is thrown. We must go within and find the inner coach. It's always been there. We have free choice to open the door or have the door remain shut. Ponder the meaning behind the words. Life is short. We come into this world. When we're young, summers lasted for eternity. As we grow older, the years just whiz by. Before you know it, you are passing away. Where does time go? Did we miss something along the way? Have we forgotten our true nature? What did I do with this life? There's no judgment. God does not judge you. God does not condemn you. All we are saying is the secret to life is inside of you. That's how simple it is. Ponder these words. You can solve this puzzle. Love is the great mystery. The entire universe is created by love. Isn't that incredible? Love creates the universe. You are the universe. You are love. You are the sun, moon, and stars. Yet, have we forgotten our true nature? What happened? This is the great mystery that is meant to be solved. All the great masters have said you can solve it. Remember, the kingdom of heaven lies within. Ponder over these words. You can solve this riddle. Did you know the universe exists inside of you? What? No way. How could that be possible? The universe exists outside of me. Maybe that's the problem. You are the universe. You think it exists outside of yourself. If you think it is outside of yourself, how can you be a part of it? The great masters have said the answer lies within you all the time. A part of you is the universe. Tap into your higher self and you will solve this riddle. Many people think that if you pursue truth, you must be approved. I can never sacrifice my life. I love my vices. Nobody ever said you have to give up anything. You have free choice. No judgments are made. This life is an incredible journey. We're simply saying there is another way. We are wearing tainted sunglasses. We're not seeing the grandeur of life. We don't understand this cosmic joke. Once you understand, laughter will be heard throughout the universe. You are God. You just don't know it. The happiness you are looking for is hidden in your heart.
Where is preventative medicine in this picture? Why don't we fund more prevention? Jake Segal, August 24th, 2019. In 1733, Benjamin Franklin traveled from his home in Philadelphia back to his birthplace in Boston. Franklin was 27 years old. It was almost 2 decades before he attached a key to a kite, and more than 3 before he became America's first Postmaster General. Even in those early days, Franklin had an eye for innovation, and what he encountered in Boston, the Boston Fire Society, one of the first colonial mutual aid organizations, which was set up to prevent the small house fires that typically led to destruction, urban blazes. On his return to Philadelphia, Franklin wrote a letter to the Pennsylvania Gazette using a pseudonym. In the letter, which he began by stating, "An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure." Franklin suggested the locals follow in the footsteps of Bostonians. The next year, Franklin helped found the city's Union Fire Company. The adage has endured. Talk to government officials, and you'll find that it's a belief widely shared. In fall of 2018, Social Finance, along with partners from the Public Health Institute and the Center for Healthcare Strategies, did exactly that. With funding from Blue Shield of California Foundation, we set out to ask and answer a question that is at once simple and breathtaking huge. What will it take to generate sustainable investments in strategy that promote health and well-being and end violence? To wrap your arms around that question, we decided we needed a better understanding of the problem itself. If an ounce of prevention really is worth a pound of cure, why don't we invest more in prevention? We decided to ask current policymakers what they thought. What we heard was honestly disheartening. People were frustrated, baffled by complexity, hamstrung by inertia. Challenges bled into and reinforced one another. In spite of all of it, we also saw kernels of hope. In every interview we conducted, public leaders suggested policy ideas that could help them navigate the challenges they described. We hadn't intended to write about either of our pursuit of a clearer problem definition or about policy situations. But in the wake of these interviews, we done both, broken into 2 pieces. The first below delves into the challenges to prevention that public officials describe. The second link at the end of this piece describes what governments and their philanthropy partners can do about it. The forces that thwart prevention. At times it seems as though the cards are stacked against prevention. If we hadn't been able to overcome the challenges that stymie prevention funding in the first 100 years since 1739, there must be good reasons. We see 4 overreaching issues most responsible for underinvestment in prevention. Uncertainty, a lack of accountability, reactivity, and underneath these factors, wrong pockets problems that in the absence of greater collaboration frustrate efforts to solve systemic, often dispersed problem. Uncertainty. There is genuine ambiguity about which programs will achieve policy goals. A central reason we don't invest in preventative hides in plain sight. Millions of the leaders we spoke of aren't convinced that investments in precaution pay off. The social sector is flooded with chains, a dramatic cost effectiveness of proven programs of unambiguous success. It's common practice for nonprofits to claim a social return of $10 or $20 for every $1 spent, anything less seen by corruption, by comparison. But there is a large and growing body of research that suggests an unwelcome truth. Social interventions typically don't achieve the results they set out to. Social problems can be like a Rubik's Cube, said one state public health leader. They're complex, interdependent, and hard to solve. Sociologist Peter Rossi famously summarized this challenge in his Iron Law. The expected value of any net impact assignment of any large-scale social program is zero. Skepticism is usually warranted. Policymakers are right to second-guess preventative interventions, even though described as proven. The reality is that programs face significant and pervasive performance variability. We're missing a more nuanced dialogue about more than just what words or what doesn't, what works or doesn't, but instead of how something works, for when, and how much. South Carolina Agency Letter. Humility in discussing program expectations is too rare, and exaggeration only accelerates the cycle of inflated, impacted expectations that result in degraded credibility. Of course, there are great interventions out there making real and measuring impact, and there's enormous value in scaling those interventions. But in the absence of mere measured assessments of program impact, these best bets can be overlooked or undervalued. The fact that it's hard to make a measurable impact on the complex lives of vulnerable people shouldn't surprise anyone. If more interventions aren't successful, we should be all the more zealous about finding those with truly credible evidence of impact. But it's also incumbent on all of us in the social sector to be realistic about the uncertainties that run through our work and acknowledge that they can be valid barriers to action. Accountability. Most programs are not measured carefully against preset standards. The public sector is trending toward greater outcomes orientation, but progress is slow going. In the healthcare area, we are moving towards paying more for outcomes, a senior public health official explained. But for now, we are mostly focused on paying for services. Though every public agency has planning and budgeting processes, few have a clear goal setting, evaluation, and reconciliation built into their annual cycles. In the absence of specific, measurable, multi-year outcome goals, accountability, really getting a sense of what's working and what doesn't is impossible. At the same time, evaluations determine which programs work best are rare. Evaluation as a mechanism without a contingency seen as wasted by conservatives and as reductionist by liberals. For elected officials, it's often preferable to point to positive anecdotes and claim success rather than risk finding negative results. Structured underinvestment in evaluation creates fertile ground for uncertainty. When policymakers can't rely on trustworthy information about programs' effectiveness, strong and weak interventions get confused, and the credibility of programmatic impact gets watered down. That makes it hard for policymakers to devote political capital or taxpayer funds to long-term prevention. This shortage of strong evaluation is in part a data access problem. Government government coaches are carefully practiced and rigidly so, but the firewalls guarding access to the insights needed for program assessment and improvement have been nearly impenetrable. The promise and value of big data can be revealed in the face of entrenched conservatism and legal pessimism. In the past 5 years, we've seen examples of states and countries that have built integrated data systems and used these frameworks to fund tailored programs, interventions with defined impact measurement criteria, careful evaluations, and outcomes-based funding mechanism. Examples like these are rare, but they suggest pathways for others to follow. These greater pressure to resolve urgent crises than to prevent them. Prevention involves mobilizing resources today to avoid negative outcomes tomorrow. This is a problem because elections require officials to demonstrate near-term results and disincentivize longer investments. It's important to be able to show the results of a program. A California local official explaining, "We didn't know if things are working and demonstrate to the public that the money isn't going to waste. So many things are the right thing to do, but the payoff is long term," said another. "No one wants to do work now and get paid far in the future." Near-time incentives can diverge from long-term interests. Emergencies can eat up resources and political capital. When things are huge, short-term cost savers, it's a no-brainer. But to invest in prevention, an interviewer told us, but when it comes to the rest, the important stuff, even things like saving life, it takes moral leadership. Underlying it all, Ron Pockett's problem. Social issues don't fit nearly into agencies or jurisdictional cribs. Multi-faction challenges touch in the world of dozens of agencies spread across cities, counties, states, and the federal government. Consider chronic homelessness, funding for shelters, and rental support flows from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development to local continuums of care, which then often receive supplementary funds from state and local authorities. The chronically homeless tend to require frequent emergency department visits and hospitalizations. These health services are partially reimbursed through insurance plans, which are in turn funded via an intricate mix of federal and state dollars. They Many need substantial behavioral health support and substance use treatment. They are more likely to be incarcerated in county jails or less frequently state or federal prisons, more likely to require emergency transit via ambulances, often accompanied by city or county fire engines, and to generate large city police calls. This is all to say complex social challenges spun justifications and agencies. The advantages of solving these issues are therefore diffuse, yet there are few mechanisms available that support benefit sharing between agencies or levels of government. So the activation energy needed to find preventative remains prohibited. For some issues, greater cross-agency communication and preparatory alignment may be enough to change. For other, deeper partnerships, those with meaningful financial implications, a shared resource, a shared risk, of carefully defined and sometimes even contradictional terms will be necessary to make hard choices around program direction, driving up value and costs, overcome legal and regulatory barriers, and to ultimately build sustainable structures worthy of the challenges they're up against. Looking ahead, a more sophisticated public sector. In the face of these challenges, innovators across the country are stepping up. Forward-thinking public servants are using vast stores of administration data to improve greater selection and actively monitor performances. Evidence-based policy experts are helping to establish more nuanced criteria for assessing intervention evidence and balancing that evidence against capacity and expected costs. Governments are developing more sophisticated approach to spending, such as building value-based purchasing models and even using outcomes-based payment terms. We're also beginning to see more substantial conversation about social value. In choosing programs to fund, cost is easier to account for than benefit. And while there's a long-standing infrastructure set up to ensure accountability for public spending, there's nothing like it to ensure accountability for impact. However, new, more effective tools matched with risk-taking, boundary-pushing leadership allows more officials to address both sides of the cost-benefit equation. In the next post, we'll review various policy proposals meant to counteract the roadblocks to public funding. Preventative care is the health care of the future. December 30th, 2019, by Janet Early. Although health as a topic has surged in population in the last decade, so has rates of chronic illness. According to the CDC, 6 in 10 of U.S. adults struggle with a chronic disease, while 4 in 10 have at least 2. Chronic diseases are the leading cause of death and disability in the United States, and the primary driver of the country's $3.5 trillion in annual healthcare costs. Though the causes of these diseases are unclear, preventative care promises to be an actionable, effective, long-term solution. What is preventative care? Preventative care is a proactive approach to healthcare. It focuses on preventing or detecting health issues before they evolve into the major medical problems. Another term for preventative care is routine care. Traditional examples include regular checkups with your physician, immunizations, and flu shots. There's also a growing emphasis on health optimization, optimizing your energy levels, body composition, and overall sense of wellness. The rise in attention is the direct result of the increasingly bleak state of public health today. According to the New England Journal of Medicine, cardiovascular disease, cancer, and diabetes now cause 70% of U.S. deaths and account for nearly 75% of healthcare expenditures. Obesity and chronic disease are multiplying at epidemic proportions. Although the United States pays more for medical care than any other country, problems abound in our healthcare system. Unsustainable costs, poor outcomes, frequent medical errors, poor patient satisfaction, and worsening health disparities all point to a need for transformative change. A preventative model focused on foretelling the development of disease before symptoms or life-threatening events occur is the best solution to the current crisis. New England Journal of Medicine. Why doesn't the traditional healthcare model prioritize preventative care? The traditional healthcare system was built of a 20th century need to address urgent, acute medical issues. In other words, it was designed to be sick care. Over time, the profitability of this system became centered around people needing to visit their doctor. To put it simply, if you weren't sick, you weren't a source of profit. In a perfect world, the traditional system would prioritize keeping you healthy over treating your illness, but the economic structure doesn't currently allow for it. What drives profits is the overuse of health services. Healthy people don't need sick care, so they lose their economical appeal. The need for change has been widely recognized but delayed, since any major change to this system could be incredibly disruptive. However, positive and encouraging change are happening. Independent healthcare services such as SteadyMD have designed new businesses around preventative care. Wanting to avoid the economical crunch that the traditional healthcare system has stumbled into, the new approach is to build to prosper when people are healthy, not sick. The preventative healthcare approach helps prevent chronic illnesses through ongoing health maintenance, lessening symptoms burdens, and extends your healthy years. To be blunt, there is no financial incentive to keep you sick. In fact, it's better for businesses to keep you healthy long term, and helping you to land your healthiest life is SteadyMD's mission. Your steady MD doctor dedicates time to help you catch small problems before they turn into bigger problems. Rather than just treat your immediate symptoms, your doctor will address the root cause of complex issues and chronic illnesses. Before you get the personal attention of the same doctor every time, they really get to know you and your family, and each conversation continues right where it last left off. A Still MD doctor is your partner in health long term. What can you do? Practice manageable approach to nutrition, exercise, and wellness. For example, prioritize whole foods over packaged ones. Adopt an exercise routine you'll stick to one over time that burns you out. And enjoy a relaxing nighttime routine. Instead of working on your laptop late into the evening, the most effective next step you can take is to find a teammate, someone knowledgeable who will guide and support you as you strive to reach your healthiest self. 5 reasons functional medicine is the only kind of health care you want. Robin Berzin, MD. November 23rd, 2015. People often wonder what the difference is between functional medicine and conventional medicine. What is functional medicine? These are great questions, and basically it comes down to a different approach. The two use many of the same tools, but functional medicine is all about optimizing your health and quality of life in ways you never knew were possible. Conventional medicine is about treating disease once it has already appeared. When I went to medical school, I knew there had to be a better way than the pill for every ill style medicine. I was being taught, I also knew, integrative medicine means a more holistic, whole person approach. But when I learned about function medicine, which is an evidence based, high tech, science driven approach to holistic medicine, I fell in love. I knew there was no going back. Now, my mission at Paisley Health is to make functional medicine available to everyone because I believe we all deserve the best care possible because I have seen how it changes lives. Here are the 5 reasons functional medicine is the only kind of health care you want, period. It keeps you healthy instead of just keeping you alive. Conventional medicine is great at making sure you don't die, but its triage approach, waiting for an emergency or severe symptoms to diagnose and treat advanced illnesses, has nothing to do with improving your health and quality of life today. 2. It's personalized. One size fits all cookie cutter medicine no longer cuts it. Functional medicine uses advanced testing and genetics in combination with the art of listening to your story to piece together a plan that is 100% tailored to you, your body, and your life. 3. It's always at the cutting edge of science. In conventional medicine, it takes, on average, 18 years for new information to work its way into medical education. Functional medicine, however, is able to take advantage of new research in real time, such as discoveries on how the microbiome, aka the bacteria in our bodies, impact our health, because it's based on a paradigm of the body as an interconnected matrix, not a disconnected set of organ symptoms. 4. It makes you feel good. It goes to the root cause of pesky symptoms like insomnia, fatigue, gas and bloating, and skin rashes, and eliminates them. It supports your body's optimal function with natural vitamins, minerals, and herbs, so you need fewer drugs and procedures. It improves your quality of life from energy and clarity to weight and immunity. It's about helping you feel your best now and teething you up for a long, healthy life in the future. It changes your life. 5. Functional medicine teaches you how to listen to your body and tap into your health in ways you would never forget. Ultimately, how you live each day determines your health and quality of life. Functional medicine is designed to teach you how to live well and to support you in maintaining that lifestyle despite the many toxic imprints and influences chemicals and products and food, sedentary lifestyles, chronic stress we are all exposed to in today's world. The reality is we all get sick at some point. Functional medicine designed to prevent chronic debilitating illnesses like diabetes, heart disease, and cancer that are the number one killers in modern society, and to deal with temporary things like viruses and bacterial infections in a more natural way that does less long-term harm to the body. It also supports you with the guidance and tools to handle the inevitable challenges in the best possible way so that you can live well and generate as much happiness in your life as you can. That's why I started Parsley Health, a new hybrid model of health care that combines the functional medicine approach that makes more sense for the patients of all walks of life with new care delivery models that both increase access to better medicine for more people and that let doctors practice the kind of medicine that makes them feel good too. What is a functional medicine doctor? Written by WebMD editorial contributors. Medically reviewed by Sarah Goodwell on November 9th, 2022. What does a functional medicine doctor do? Functional medicine doctors use specialized training and techniques to find the root cause of complex illnesses. They may investigate multiple factors causing the condition, or they may look into multiple conditions causing one symptom. A doctor in functional medicine works holistically, considering the full picture of your physical, mental, emotional, and sometimes even spiritual health. They consider factors like diet, genetics, hormonal changes, prescription, and over-the-counter medications, and other lifestyle components. This type of doctor may be ideal for people with chronic illnesses that aren't easily managed by conventional medical techniques. Functional medicine doctors decide to specialize in functional medicine after completing conventional medical training. Other types of health practitioners include chiropractors and naturopaths may focus on functional medicine. What does a functional medicine doctor do? Functional medicine doctors looks at your full history to identify the root cause of an illness. They usually spend more time with you than conventional doctors. They collect detailed information about the disease and your overall lifestyle. A functional medicine doctor may ask you about a timeline of symptoms, sleep patterns, exercise habits, nutrition, stressors, personal relationships, emotional well-being. Then they come up with a treatment plan to manage multiple factors that may be contributing to chronic conditions. It may include prescription medications, supplements, or other therapies. Finally, they track the progress of treatment and make changes as needed. The functional medicine approach is different for each person since each treatment is tailored to that person's specific illness. Your relationship with a functional medicine doctor may also be different than with your primary care doctor. According to the Institute for Functional Medicine, it's a more collaborative partnership. The doctor considers your input while still keeping you responsible for your choices as they relate to your condition and treatment. With functional medicine, the care given is based on the system affected, not the condition diagnosed. For example, a diagnosis of depression may have multiple causes. A functional medicine doctor will research and treat each cause, leading to a personalized treatment approach. Education and training. Functional medicine doctors have gone through traditional medical school training. They must then choose to get additional certification from an organization such as the Institute for Functional Medicine. Doctors then apply functional medical medicine teachings to their original field of practice. Additional certifications does not give these doctors any further legal status, but proves they have trained and are committed to working within this modality. A functional medicine certification is also open to other types of practitioners like acupuncturists, dentists, nurse practitioners, and more. What conditions does a functional medicine doctor treat? Most functional medicine doctors solve complex and multifaceted health issues. Examples including depression, chronic pain, conditions like arthritis, and inflammatory disease like celiac disease or inflammation or bowel disease. The unique process used by these doctors may help people manage the daily symptoms of chronic disease. If you do not have a chronic illness, you can still visit a functional doctor. Many also focus on preventative care. Reasons to see a functional medicine doctor. 1. You want longer appointment times. Functional medicine doctors typically spend more time with you because their process involves recording a detailed history. 2. You are open to alternative treatments. In addition to prescription drugs, functional medicine doctors may also prescribe alternate treatments like acupuncture, meditation, or herbal remedies. 3. You have a chronic illness. Functional medicine is well suited to treating chronic illnesses. Doctors in this field seek to find the causes of chronic diseases as opposed to treating the symptoms. You want a personalized experience. Functional medicine addresses each person's individuality using different methods than a conventional medical doctor. A functional medical doctor will help you figure out which specific treatments are right for you. California approves bill to punish doctor who spreads false information. Way into the fierce national debate over COVID-19 prevention and treatments, the state would be the first to try a legal remedy for vaccine disinformation. California's legislature approved a bill that will allow regulators to punish doctors for spreading false information about COVID-19 vaccinations and treatments. Credit Jim Wilson, The New York Times, by Stephen Lee Myers. Stephen Lee Myers, who covers disinformation from San Francisco, has written about the intensifying political divide over how to address the problem. August 29th, 2022. Trying to strike a balance between free speech and public health, California's legislature on Monday approved a bill that will allow regulators to punish doctors for spreading false information about COVID-19 vaccinations and treatments. The legislation is signed by Governor Gavin Newsom, would make the state the first to try to legislate a remedy to a problem that the American Medical Association, among other medical groups and experts, says worsened the impact of the pandemic, resulting in thousands of unnecessary hospitalizations and deaths. The law would designate spreading false or misleading medical information to patients as unprofessional conduct, subject to punishment by the agency that licensed doctors, the Medical Board of California. That would include suspending or revoking a doctor's license to practice medicine in the state. While the legislation has raised concerns over the freedom of speech, the bill's sponsors said the extensive harm caused by false information required holding incompetent or ill-intentioned doctors accountable. In order for a patient to give informed counsel, they have to be well informed, said State Senator Richard Pan, a Democrat from Sacramento and a co-author of the bill. A pediatrician himself and a prominent proponent of stronger vaccination requirements, he said the law was intended to address the most egregious cause of deliberately misleading patients. The spread of misinformation and falsehood. COVID myths. Experts say the spread of COVID misinformation, particularly on far-right platforms like Gab, is likely to be a lasting legacy of the pandemic. And there are no easy solutions. Midterms misinformation, social media platforms struggle to combat false narratives during the 2022 U.S. midterm elections, but it appeared most efforts to stroke doubt about the results did not spread widely. The Pelosi misinformation loop. We tracked how prominent Republican figures amplified groundless and often homophobic claims about the attack on Paul Pelosi. A new misinformational hub. Misleading edits, fake news stories, and deepfakes images of politicians are starting to wrap reality on TikTok. California's legislation reflects the growing political and regional divisions that have dogged the pandemic from the beginning. Other states have gone in the other direction, seeking to protect doctors from punishment by regulatory boards, including for advocating treatments involving hypersenicolone, ivermectin, and other medications that the American Medical Association says remains unproven. If enacted, the law could face a legal challenge. Governor Newsom, who has 3 weeks to sign the legislation, has not yet taken a public position on it. While other nations have criminalized the spread of vaccine misinformation and have higher vaccination rates, the response by states and the United States government has largely been limited to combating misconceptions with accurate information, says Michael Mello, a professor of law and health policy at Stanford University. She noted that even laws that cited a compelling interest like public health and safety to police disinformation on ran the risk of having a chilling effect, a First Amendment standard for many courts. Initiatives like this will be challenged in court and will be hard to sustain, she said in the interview. That doesn't mean it's not a good idea. California's response follows a warning last year by the National Federation of State Medical Boards that licensing boards should do more to discipline doctors who share false claims. The American Medical Association has also warned that spreading disinformation violates the code of ethics that licensed doctors agree to follow. The measure was among a flurry of COVID-related bills proposed by a legislative working group that drew fierce opposition from lawmakers and voters. Some of the most contentious bills have stalled or died, including one that would require all California school children to be vaccinated. As the legislation moved through the legislature, its sponsors narrowed its scope to deal directly with doctors, direct interaction with patients. It does not address comments online or on television, though these have been the case of some of the most impactful incidences of COVID misinformation and disinformation. Inaccurate information spread by physicians can have pernicious influences on individuals with widespread negative impact, especially through the anonymity of smartphones and other internet comms needed devices are on wrist, desktops, and laptops, reaching across thousands of miles to other individuals in an instant. The Federation of State Medical Boards wrote in a report in April, physician status and titles lay credence to their claims. The legislation, which did not require the suspension or revocation of a doctor's license, leading such determination to the Medical Board of California. It is intended to make the disinformation of false information about COVID-19 subject to the same rules as any kind of unprofessional conduct taken up by the board. The legislation defines disinformation as falsehood deliberately disseminated with malicious intent or an intent to mislead. Trending into that at times contentious debates over alternatives, often unproven COVID treatments. The bill defines misinformation as spreading information that is contradicted by contemporary science consensus, contrary to the standard of care. It says doctors have a duty to provide their patients with accurate science-based information that would include the use of approved vaccines, which have been subject to fierce debates and political activism across the country, though there is broad agreement among medical professions about their effectiveness. A group called Physicians for Informed Consent opposed the legislation, saying it would silence doctors. The group filed a lawsuit this month to seek an injunction preventing the Medical Board of California from disciplining doctors based on accusations of disinformation. In its lawsuit, it called the legislation's definition of misinformation hopelessly vague. In a recent letter to Surgeon General Vic H. Murty, James L. Madera, Chief Executive of the American Medical Association, said, disinformation swirling around vaccines had contributed to ignorances among the public that had worsened the pandemic's impact. The most unfortunate results of this has been significant vaccine hesitancy and refusals around certain communities that within certain demographics, ultimately resulting in the continued higher rates of severe illness, hospitalization, and death due to COVID-19 in these populations. Outcomes largely preventable with vaccinations, he wrote. Steve Lee Myers covers misinformation for the Times. He has worked in Washington, Moscow, Baghdad, and Beijing, where he contributed to the articles that won the Pulitzer Prize for Public Service in 2021. He is also the author of The New Tsar, The Rise and Reign of Vladimir Putin. Closing. When the country's leaders have no morals and ethics, that is the end of that civilization. Unfortunately, we have never learned from the past. Take this example of ex-President Trump inviting Kanye West and white supremacist Nick Fuentes to his South Florida mansion. This caused such an outrage, and it should, yet many top Republican officials refused to comment on this. This has been the norm ever since President Trump was in office. They put their heads in the sand, just like an ostrich would. They're more interested in their own power and control than basic human ethics and morals. Going back to this book, there was a lot of material presented. Unfortunately, this is only the tip of the iceberg. We can no longer kick the can in Congress down the road and not act upon the problems that are needed to be resolved. I've been saying for many years that if a politician is not kind, then don't vote for them. Only by having kind politicians can we have kind laws. Without a kind mind, one will make laws that are unkind. Kindness and wisdom are derived from the same place inside of you. Does Congress today represent the kindness of men? Of course not. Bickering, fighting, and downplaying your other political party is the name of the game. The art of politics in our country is leading us down the drain. We have no human respect. Many countries around the world are actively pursuing the art of kindness into solving the world's critical problems. The United States needs to wake up from its slumber and see that we have much to improve upon. We call ourselves the greatest nation in the world, yet our citizens would not say that today. Today, it seems the government is for the super rich and not the poor.